We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search for you, stay lost. Search for you, stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. I need you again, so stick around. So stick around. world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're from, whatever you're doing. Let's chat. We got to talk about this stuff. All these people blaming Dylan. It's been crazy. It's been crazy. I done had about 10 Facebook fights already. Probably going to get my Facebook fucking account banned. I just turned it back on this morning and already got into it with and already got into it with I don't know what the hell. Can you guys hear me okay? Oh, is it robotic? Jesus. Okay, how's that? Is that a little better? Okay, I put the link in the chat too. So I know Joneson has been sleuthing and Ellie. I know we got some stuff going on. So we're gonna chit chat today. And I pulled up that other map. So we're gonna go over that. We got some stuff to talk about. Now, does anybody remember when I was talking about BHB the other day? Was anybody in here when I was talking about the post that she made towards Jonathan Lee Riches, and everybody said it's because he was talking bad about Dylan. He was talking bad about Dylan. And everybody thought that she was upset because, they thought that Betty was upset with JLR because he was talking about Dylan. Well, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. So I want you guys to know that right now. I said it before. I'll say it again. We knew there was something else going on, and it was not because of that. Because Betty has now started victim blaming Dylan, and as well as a lot of other people. And I will allow discussion on it. I do not want people deleted if they are asking questions and being respectful. People are going to have questions. That's just all there is to it. There was an 8-hour time span between, the murders and when they called, or, whatever. People are wondering why she waited so long and whatnot, which she doesn't owe any of us an explanation. She doesn't owe anybody an explanation, first of all, but the police. And she's already spoke to the police. So I will allow discussion, but I do not want people being rude or victim blaming and victim shaming. We're not going to do that. But I do understand people are curious. People have questions. They want to know why, what happened, what's going on. Why did she wait so long? Why did she wait so long? But, there's a lot of things that we don't know. There's a lot of things that we have no idea about. And it's hard to put yourself in a position that you've never been in. It's hard to say what you would do if you've never been in that position. You know what I mean? So I feel like we're being very judgmental of Dylan when, a lot of people have never been in a position like that. And you can't really say what you would do, you really can't until you're in a position like that. Yeah, MGL, she's blaming the parents. And that's another thing. Having questions is totally different than victim shaming and victim blaming. Okay, that's the difference here. Because, like I said, people are going to have questions. People want to know what happened, and then you heard these things, and you heard them say someone was here. But we can credit that to DoorDash. There's a lot of things that she could have been thinking, you know, and especially if she was half asleep. You have to consider she got home 45 minutes prior to the other girls getting home. And again, it's a frat house. I mean, it's well, not a frat house, but it's a party house. You know what I'm saying? It's a college house. It's a party house. I get that it's loud and things happen, but to all out blame her and say she was involved in it is bullshit. And I think the police would know if she was involved in it. So I don't know what BHB stands for, but well, I guess bullhorn. Yeah, that's exactly BHB would be what if you're asking us. BHB stands for Bullhorn Betty, Bullback Betty, whatever you want to call her, however you want to say it. The way that these guys, I told you guys that her and Jonathan did not fall out over Dylan. I'll tell you that right now. You know how I know? Because she victim blamed Dylan. And and supposedly she went to dinner with Steve and his family. So if that's the case, why would she sit there and blame Dylan the way she did? I told you the fight and the things that she said about JLR had nothing to do with this.
If something went crazy, always to run to a police officer or call the police. They were there. The man with the badge is there to help you. I was taught as a kid. I don't know if I was taught wrong, but call the damn police. Something goes.
Now they arrest you. I'm just playing.
It's just somebody leaving my friends, and they left. I'm going to bed. But at the same time, her story, of course, didn't really add up to me.
Yeah.
It don't really make sense with my squirrels because they feel like one's running backwards, right? Because you would honestly think if you've seen an intruder in your house at 4 o'clock in the morning, a man with a mask, possibly with a knife in his hand covered in blood, you might not be able.
Yeah, all she said was he was dressed in black and wearing a mask. Nothing about covered in blood or holding a knife. So
See the blood, but she could see.
Seeing this person go walking by, and yeah, they were dressed in black and had a mask. I've seen people say ski mask. Nothing specifies in here the mask.
See the blood, but she could see his bushy eyebrows. Okay, and I'm sure them bushy eyebrows had blood on them. Okay, I'm just assuming.
Nothing about blood. You got to go with facts, not what Betty tells you.
And of course, he appeared in court. They read out his charges to him. We finally got to hear him. Yeah. And his voice sounds familiar to me.
Okay. Dolly believes that BK, the murderer, called his show.
I don't know if people were saying, Dolly, I think this dude called. Dolly, I think this dude called. When I first heard his voice, I was thinking, damn, he might be right. This dude might have called. I'm really going to go back tonight, dig into the videos, because there was a couple strange calls. And believe it or not, this dude does sound like one of those calls.
When you live in a house with 4 girls, you hear crying. Probably every other day, you hear crying. You're crying about a boyfriend. You're crying because you broke your nail. You're crying because you got, you're pressured from studies. You're crying because somebody said something.
In a house full of girls, she's right. There's always something going on. Always, okay? Always.
Said your ass was fat. Believe me, that's not unusual. Okay.
It said the dog was barking. Yeah, she came out multiple times out the room while these people were being killed. She never, not till 12 o'clock the next day, did she call law? They also said that Brian.
How would she know they were being killed? She saw a guy. It startled her. It shocked her. Maybe she says shock instead of startled. And he walked past her. She didn't say anything about seeing a knife, nothing about seeing blood, and went out the patio door.
She was getting no indicators of any murder happening in the house. She probably just went back to bed.
You know, something else I might think if I lived in a house with, actually, 4 girls. You know, sometimes a girl will pick someone up at a bar. It's just not a guy's thing. And go home and have sex with them. And then the guy leaves. Maybe Madison or Kaylee brought him home. And he was leaving. The first thing you don't think right off the bat, oh my God, he's just slaughtered poor people. Y'all are so crazy.
He literally.
Serious earbud warning. Okay, y'all. Serious earbud warning. Here we go.
College student doesn't know how to pick up the freaking phone, dial 911 when they see an assailant in their home. What are we teaching our kids when they go into the room and lock the door and act like nothing happened and they could have saved someone's life?
Yeah.
Dylan, you did.
Oh, you want to watch me? Yeah, I was going to say, you want to watch me get pissed off? Here it goes. Listen to the shit she says.
You did that all by yourself, girlfriend.
Whoa.
You had an opportunity to help them, and you shut yourself, girlfriend.
Whoa.
And they could have saved our kids when they go. A college student doesn't know how to pick up the freaking phone, dial 911 when they see an assailant in their home. What are we teaching our kids when they go into the room and lock the door and act like nothing happened and they could have saved someone's life?
Yeah.
Dylan, you did that all by yourself, girlfriend.
Whoa.
You had an opportunity to help them, and you shut your door and lock it and don't even call 911 for hours.
Wow. Do you think that Kaylee's parents are proud of you for that?
I wouldn't even live with this chick if you can't figure out how to dial.
Okay, once you saw your record, do you think she would live with you? Honestly, do you think her parents would let her live with you?
Knows how to pick up a phone and call 911.
Ironically, people have been in that position with you. And then you lie to the responders and you threaten to kill them. You threaten to chop your boyfriend up and put him in the ditch or on the side of the road or whatever. So you have roommates that call 911, or you have had. We have documentation of it.
Yeah, so what'd you guys think about that? Right. Tell me you've never lived in a party house without telling me you've never lived in a party house. Yeah, I just seriously. And I hate the internet too. I seriously do. People just act like they're so fucking perfect that they've never made a split second decision and not knowing what, you know what I'm saying? Like, she had no idea. Hey, B10, what's up, babe?
What's up? So
how are you?
How is she able to say this and no one's like kicking back at her, being like, "Lady, this might be a bad take, lady."
Oh, we're definitely back at her. I just heard the shit this morning.
No,
I'm
saying like what her fans, like none of her fans said, "Hey, this is really bad take, Betty. This makes you sound like a bitch. This is really bad."
Honestly, I'm sure they did, but I don't know. I haven't had a chance to even go to the comment section or nothing. You know what I mean?
Do you know what the name of the video that she took that from? I'll look up the comments.
Heels made it. It's probably in her description. She's really good about that. So I'm sure it's probably from her live yesterday or the day before, but this is, everybody kept saying, oh, she's pissed off at JLR for calling Dylan out for talking bad about Dylan, for blaming Dylan. I said, no, the fuck she's not. That has nothing to do with her being upset with JLR. She's blaming the same way JLR was. It had absolutely nothing to do with anything to do with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm looking at the first comment in yesterday's video.
Right.
It says, if Dylan wasn't investigated thoroughly, this is going to be a huge reasonable doubt for Brian, because no jury will understand how a woman can hear what all she did. She a masked intruder in all black leaving the home and go back to bed, and then proceeded to call friends over the bloodbath. Again, never calling 911. She just looks like she was helping Brian accomplish what he did and then give him ample time.
Where are you reading that at?
I'm reading at the comments section of last video, the leaked audio of Ethan screams. That's like the first comment.
Oh, that's another thing we got to go over too. Dolly actually started a rumor last night in his chat that he thinks Brian called into his show now.
Oh, so he's doing a T-Rev.
Yeah, he's pulling. Yeah, I'm getting T-Rev vibes. But yeah, he said that he believes that now that he's heard Brian's voice, he thinks Brian's called in. Oh, hold on. Is this our boy? Hold on. True Texan. How you doing, babe?
I'm getting by.
How you doing?
Oh, how you feeling? It's good to hear your voice.
Oh, pretty rough. But no, I just want to stop and say thanks to you all and the people in the chat for reaching out and saying, hey, what's up? But I'm glad I wasn't there last night. Y'all were stirring the pot last night, boy.
I know. So that's how I was like, shit, our true Texan. I'm glad he's not here.
Yeah, I didn't watch it this morning, but I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, well, that Dagburn, he kept saying some really crazy things, and like B Tim said, he's like, you got to be careful saying stuff like that, because you know what I mean. Dagburn says all kinds of crazy stuff anyhow. But I mean, he was saying some real crazy stuff in his videos, and I played some of them last night about him saying, the allegedly Ryan was supposed to be putting his mom in the hospital or something like that. I don't know. It was all a bunch of crazy shit he said, and I played his video, and then he tried to say he was hacked. It was just a bunch of bullshit. But anyhow,
a lot of super hackers around
crawling across Ryan's chair, and we freaked out about it.
It was funny. Yeah, I watched it.
There was 2 cockroaches crawling across Ryan Upchurch's fucking chair, and I had a panic about it. I don't do bugs, but I couldn't believe he didn't edit that out or something. I'm like, why the fuck did he just leave 2 cockroaches crawling across the back of his coat on a video? Why?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe he edited that in for us. Maybe he's joining.
I thought that's right. I was gonna say maybe it's fake. Maybe he put those like that. You know what I mean?
Like a secret wink to us, like maybe.
Because
I can't imagine him having a dirty. Yeah, you can hire a maid. You don't have a dirty house, I'm sure.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. I highly doubt somebody like that. You know what I mean? But. Anyhow, that was from last night, but
but be careful. We might be sued for defamation. The roaches might be sued.
Yeah, y'all were something else. But I'm gonna jump down. I just want to say, hey, thanks everybody.
All right, baby. I was gonna say it's good to hear from you, and I'm glad you're feeling a little better.
Yeah, I've been watching. Sometimes not live, but yeah, I watched that one this morning. I went, oh my god.
What do you think about this Idaho case? Have you been following this?
On the news for the most part. No, yeah. Not on the true crime stuff. I've been every morning on the news. I've been talking.
Did you hear what her dad said?
No.
He said 3 hots in a cot and a vegan diet is not justice to him. Justice to him is when he's no longer on the planet.
I agree.
It's my live last night, you guys. It's in my live last night. You can go get it out of my live last night.
I absolutely agree with that statement.
Yeah, I do too. I honestly do too.
I don't think anyone in this chat is going to disagree with that statement.
No.
Right.
Well, y'all have a good one. I'm going to kick back and listen. So.
All right. When you kick back, we'll start talking about you. We'll start.
All right, baby.
That's fine. I'll be a tomato throwing motherfucker though.
Yeah,
I know, right? You guys
Yeah,
crack me up with you guys.
Y'all have a good weekend though.
You
have a
too,
good one.
babe. We'll talk
Bye.
to you later.
All right.
Here, I posted the live from last night in the chat, and I'll go find the timestamp for y'all real quick so you can see, and then you guys can check it out for yourselves. But anyhow.
And I don't know if you dropped out because I can't hear you anymore, Queen. This diet has to be available, allergies, religious reasons. Yeah, but you know, you kill.
Well, I'm just saying, Steve actually said, you know what I mean? That's what he said when they asked him what justice looked like to him. He said,
Carter left Washington grad student
and is coming to watch too. This is that's something else we should watch. I don't know where it just went, but anyhow, they asked him, what does justice look like to you? And he said, it doesn't look like a three hots and a cot and a vegan diet. That's what it, and he said it actually looks like end of life or no longer living, basically.
I mean, you have a guy. I mean, like, you have a guy who just murdered 4 people, and there's no cure for him being a whack job that he is. So what's the point of keeping him around? Maybe if there was some sort of cure, like, theoretically there was something wrong with his brain or something, you throw him in jail. But this guy's a danger to people around him. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point keeping him around. It really isn't. Maybe, like, that's just my opinion. I don't think it's a good idea to keep him around. I think it's just get rid of him as soon as he gets his appeal process, because he's probably going to do an appeal, and then just have him death sentence. I mean, I don't know why it's such a long deal with that, but I don't know what's wrong with Betty, though. Like, Betty seems to be, like, out of her goddamn mind.
For her to be victim blaming and victim shaming like that, yes. Oh, Heels put the link to that in the chat. The video you were asking for, she put it in the chat. Anyhow, this is where Steve says it with what does justice look like. I'll go find it real fast. We'll watch it.
Standing by as well. And thank you, all of you, for doing this and giving us this opportunity to touch base with you. I know this has got to have been one of the most difficult days of your life. Steve, let me begin with you. Your reaction after laying eyes on the person accused of doing this horrendous crime against your family.
I just looked at a guy that looks like a normal every kid. I mean, I didn't see anything there that caught my eye. I just was overtaken by the fact that I was in a courtroom going over a case that had to do with 2 people that I cared and loved about. It was a little bit unreal, but I was just overtaken by the moment.
Christy, I can imagine that is an understatement, being overtaken by something. You're in a club no one ever wants to belong to. There are so many others.
And sadly, that's so true. He's in a club nobody wants to belong to. No one ever wants to be in that. And I think that he says it best when he says this, and she's about to ask him now.
Across this country who have been through what you've been through and say the same thing. It's unbelievable. They're numb. Does that sum up how you felt? Can you tell me what you thought?
I expected to feel just this immense amount of hate. And I'm sure that will come. I think that I'm a little bit in shock still. But looking at him, I just felt nothing. I mean, I just looked at him like, and I couldn't take my eyes off of him, his every moment. And I just could not believe that he has done what he has done. And I had to say,
I just keep thinking my whole body would probably be quivering, like shaking, just sitting there looking at this son of a bitch that did this to my baby and her friends. You know what I'm saying? I just, like she said, she just feels hate. I would just be overwhelmed.
Thanks, Heel. I'm going to look at I just want to look at her comment section with the whole
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's I'm sure it's like blowing up, because I'll tell you now, it's just, you know, for her to sit there and blame Dylan like she did, she's a nasty ass for that. That's hateful. That's really shitty. Like I said, people have questions, and I understand that people are curious, they have questions, but there's a respectful way to discuss it, and there's a respectful way to have, you know, to ask those questions, because people do want to know, why did she wait 8 hours? And
well,
I'm sure
you're going by incomplete information. The whole probable cause affidavit probably doesn't have a lot of information that you would have in there. They just put the bare bones to get his you know, to get him arrested.
right.
I mean, I don't think it has all the information, and for people to make a conclusion based on not having all the information is kind of ridiculous. Especially if you're saying that you're some sort of expert in the true crime community, you should try to think and understand that they're not going to put every single detail about how she reacted and her state of mind. It has nothing to do with trying to get this guy in custody and arrested or stuff like that. That will go into the witness testimony. When she gets on the stand, she testifies, then you're going to find out. But right now, people yelling at her and going after her is kind of like witness intimidation, kind of fucked up, because she's going to be the one that's going to identify this guy. And if everyone jumps on this woman's back and try to shame her for, you know, succumbing to fear, that no offense, I would say like 80% of Betty's audience guarantee would do the exact same thing, and they would be frozen solid. And it's really ridiculous. And these people have no empathy for this poor person that just went through this traumatic event, because they've never been through a near-death experience in their life. They've never been in a situation where a killer literally could have just turned his head, walked into the room, and stabbed him to death. You know what I mean? No one's been, you know, very few people know the fear of being possibly murdered, and then just basically like the trauma of it. Because, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I think. These people just have no clue what they're talking about.
Well, no, and I mean, there's a lot of people who have never experienced trauma. There's a lot of people who have never, you know, went through something, you know, so horrific, or, you know what I'm saying, that they've never. Honestly, who just thinks that somebody, you know, is going to come in and do something like this? You can't ever fucking imagine something like this. And I'm sure, you know, if she knew there was something going on, you know, she would have immediately called.
Yeah,
but she didn't know, you know. I mean, come on, these people just, they don't understand. She's a college kid. She's got a lot on her mind. She just went out to the bar. Fuck, we don't know how intoxicated she was. She might have been drunk as hell too, and already came home and went to sleep, and then was woke up.
Yeah, or it could be various other reasons. It could be that she thought she was just imagining things. It could be that she was fearful. She didn't know the guy left the house. She could have been hiding. We don't know.
We're going to go over her statement too, because I think a lot of people are trying to read into something and make it into something else, and it's bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, this poor girl, I don't think needs more people jumping on her. I think it's
right. I mean, she's already, like I said, survivor's guilt. There, you know, she's already going through a lot as it is, and she was, you know, an eyewitness to 4 of her friends being brutally murdered. You know, an eyewitness to this man. She's already under an immense amount of stress. You know, why add to that? I don't understand. But like I said, I know people are going to have questions. I understand that. There's a lot of people who are saying, how did she wait 8 hours? Why did she wait 8 hours? You know what I'm saying? But again, if she was drinking and she went in there, she locked herself in her room, you know, she locked the door, then laid down. I mean, if you go to sleep, you're going to sleep for 7 or 8 hours, especially if you had been drinking the night before.
Feeling for sure. It was very emotional, but on the other hand, I just was numb.
You expected him to be a bigger monster and a more intimidating.
I mean, I'm like, this is the guy.
Yeah.
This is the guy that murdered our daughter.
Are you going to be okay with continuing these court hearings? Are you going to show up at all of these court hearings? This is a lot. It's a lot to process. Before this, you were just parents of a, you know, couple of really great kids and living the American dream. And now there's this new normal in your life.
And can I just say, She is, you know what? Kaylee is beautiful like her mama. She looks like her mom. I can see a lot of her in her mom. You know what I mean? In her mom. And my God, they have to be going through so much right now. Like she said, we expected it to be some big guy, some huge, like scary. And she goes, so this is the guy who murdered my daughter.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I think we'll lean on the prosecutor to tell us if the information is going to be to a level. Like I've already told them what I'm comfortable with hearing about the family house. I don't want to hear any of the gory details. So there'll be certain days that we're there and certain days that we check out,
We have Shannon that will keep us in tune with that as well. And we have other family members that will be going on some of those harder days. They feel that they can be there because we know it's a long road, but and it's a drive for us. But we'll do it every day if we have to. We just don't want to give the bad details.
There's there on the screen. There were pictures of Kaylee as you're talking, and I'm always struck by how much she looks like you. Absolutely stunning.
You.
Just such a beautiful girl. Indeed.
Definitely didn't look like that.
It's good to see him smile. It's good to see them both smile for once. You know what I mean? Their hearts are so fucking heavy right now. And he's proud of his wife and his daughter. And you know what I'm saying? I love that. I love that you know what I'm saying? Because, I'm sure she was a daddy's girl.
Yeah.
And it sucks that this happened. And you know what I mean? I'm sure he probably has had a personal conversation with Dylan. For people to be saying that she's a part of these murders and that she's involved in it is just fucking disgusting.
Yeah. I'm reading the comments. I'm seeing like a lot of people not really agreeing with her in that video and her tirade. But maybe she'll just change her tune. People like this often will, as soon as they get a little kickback, they'll change and they'll basically say, oh, well, I didn't mean to attack her, but that's how.
Or I wasn't trying to attack her. I was just saying, yeah.
You're just basically blaming her for the deaths.
He has not. So look, Heel said no. He has not had a personal conversation with Dylan. He has not spoke to her yet.
Yeah.
But I'm sure the day will come when they do. I mean, I got to listen to the rest of this. I got to listen to the rest of what he says. But I'm sure the day will come where they will have a conversation. You know what I mean? Yeah, and you can tell he's a good dad, a very loving dad. I mean, you can just. Yeah. And he said, I was a daddy's girl too. My dad was my best friend. My heart hurts for this dad the most, I mean, the whole family. I mean, you can just tell mom and dad, I'm sure they probably just looked through pictures. I mean, when they put those pictures of them out as little girls, that's how you remember your babies. You don't think of them as, off to college and adults. You look at them and you still think of your baby, when you taught them how to ride a bike, when their first laugh, their first giggle, their first walk, like all that stuff, it just comes flooding back. Man.
Mama's girl.
She looks like you, Steve. She's got some of you too. I just wanted to get a sense from you about justice. What is it? What does it look like for you? I mean, you're just starting this process.
For me, it's going to look a lot like an end. I mean, justice doesn't have a room where you can read books and you can go to school and you can have, 3 meals and you can have your vegan diet. To me, that's not justice. Justice is when you leave the planet and the whole world is able to rejoice and be glad that you are not there. That's justice, and we will forgive him. We will. We're not going to have that heavy weight on us. We will forgive this individual, and but he has to pay for what he's done. And it's not just our daughter; it's all the victims he needs to pay justice to. And that's all I can say about it.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty fucking accurate right there.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, I can't disagree with that thought. I mean, like, this guy can continue living. He can have some kind of life. He gets to eat every day. He has a place to sleep. He's the ability to watch TV and read. I mean, that's more than the victims. The victims can't even get that. And
yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think that's what he meant. He'll forgive them when they're gone. You know, when he's no longer on this planet, you know, and I think that that's fair. You know, I really do. I think that's fair of him to feel that way. And I think that's fair of him to say that, you know, I really do.
yeah.
And I mean, to go through this, like he said, there's days where he's probably not going to be in there because there's details he's not going to be able to listen to. And as a parent, there's some details you just cannot, especially if they're that, you know what I'm saying, that bad. That's
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's not going to sit there during the coroner explaining how his daughter died. You know, so that's probably the situation that he's going through.
yeah, it's
Yeah. And then you have people that just want to kind of, just want to blame other people besides the killer. Like,
for Betty to do that and say the shit she said, I cannot, but I knew when she made that post against JLR, I already fucking knew it had nothing to do with Dylan.
Yeah.
I said that over and over and over again. Had nothing to do with Dylan. It had nothing to do with Dylan. You know why? Because look, she turned around the very next fucking day and blamed her. You should have called 911. Why didn't you call 911? How the fuck, Betty, who the fuck are you to say anything? Who the fuck do you think you are?
Yeah. And Dolly
so
too.
You're disrespectful as fuck. You victim blame, victim shame. You went down there, you've harassed, you fucking spit at a fucking citizen and a fucking resident of Moscow, you fucking disrespectful bitch.
Yeah. And also Dolly too, kind of blaming the victim as well. And these people just like, they don't understand that by them doing this, they're basically sending their fans to kind of like attack this person who's already going through enough. They just don't.
Come on. Why the fuck would you sit there and victim blame? She's already going through enough. Like, are you serious right now? You cannot be fucking, you got to be joking me. You got to be fucking joking me.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. They don't really realize that what's coming out of their mouths is going to affect other people, because there's going to be always people that will always agree with whatever takes they give. And
it makes me want, she went out to dinner with Steve and his wife, supposedly, because actually Olivia was invited, not Betty. Just like the argument that was supposed to be between Molly and Noelle, and all of a sudden Betty took it upon herself to make it into a big scenario and huge ass fight in her own head. But she had nothing to do with nothing. Nobody even brought her name up. But let her tell it, and it was all about her. Just she tries to put herself in that position, and I'm over her being a bitch to the victims. Like, seriously, that's what they do. This is what they do. This is not the first victim that they've done this shit to.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. They just don't stop. And they only like maybe go back on what they say is because, they get kickback from their fans. Their fans go after them eventually about what they say. And then they say, well, I didn't mean it like that. And that's probably what's going to happen.
I said, you went out to dinner with you're right. Like, yeah, this is totally going to impress Steve and Kaylee's parents. Yep. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Because, that's the kind of, that's bullshit. That she's such a, hold on. We got two of you, Ellie.
A vile person? Yes, she is a vile person.
Are you up here, babe?
Yeah, could you hear me?
Yeah, you were up here twice.
Yeah, I wasn't connected to my earphones yet, so hold on.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you're up here now, baby. We can hear you. Did you hear that? Did you hear the clip that Heels put out of Betty talking shit and blaming Dylan?
Yeah. Oh my God. You have the Facebook pages are even worse for some of the shit that
Oh
people
yeah,
are
I've
sharing
seen some
there.
of the Facebook pages. Yeah, I've seen that.
It's ridiculous. Like I don't get it. Like people are like shock, no shock. Like they don't understand like that fear response that happens. Like they say it's like fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. Like there's like different things that people do. And like I don't understand how people don't understand that. Like that everybody acts differently in those situations. It's really ridiculous.
Well, yeah, and like I said, people are going to have questions. I understand that. People want to, they're going to ask why, you know what I'm saying? The biggest question is, why did she wait so long? Well, I don't think that she knew what was going on. If she did, she would have called sooner. It's common sense.
Yeah.
Come the
You don't
fuck on.
imagine that your whole like house is getting killed. That's not something that enters your mind. Like your mind goes into like a fear response and you calm yourself down and think the least of the situation instead of the worst. It's just something our minds do to like protect ourselves. So it's just ridiculous that people would even blame her. She was like an eyewitness and a reason why he was caught. Like give it up, people.
Well, and not only that, like, girls do bring men home from the bar,
Yeah. And if it's like a party house where there's always people, like I remember when I went to college, like there's, people do crazy things, even she just could have just convinced herself it was okay, But hold on one sec. Be right back.
yeah, for them to victim blame and just yell at her like that and just be shitty like that. Now I want to know about this call. Let's move on to this shit. This TikTok fucking call real fast.
Are you talking about the fake audio?
This, yeah, it says enhanced audio with replay. What did you hear? I didn't hear shit.
I know. I heard that I heard like it's already been debunked that it was somebody that was like testing like 50 feet away from like a Ring camera. Did you hear that?
Hear what? I'm sorry, I missed that part, Ellie.
Oh, I heard that somebody like debunked it and said that this is coming from audio that people were like testing like a 50-foot like distance from their Ring camera or audio video camera and to do a test. And then I think it got released like a Joseph Morris kind of thing. That makes the most sense to me, but I don't know. What do you think?
I don't trust anything that doesn't come from the cops. I usually
Yeah.
don't.
Leaked
I think a
audio.
lot.
That just
Yeah.
Yeah.
I usually think they're all just trying to chase the clout or relevancy, and they try to be part in the middle of the story, like a lot of other people in these true crime situations.
Yep.
Because realistically, if they did have that type of evidence, the cops probably would have grabbed it, and they might have actually put in there an affidavit. Well, this ringtone thing here led us to believe this and all that stuff.
Or could they have it? And this is just the people that I don't think the people that supplied it would leak it. Do you know what I mean? If they did supply this, to the
No,
cops,
I don't think that's the case. I just think they're just fake.
Yeah.
They're just.
I think
Hi,
it's
Mark.
fake.
Yeah, I
that
think
was
they're
my
just basically
original.
chasing for relevancy. I mean, that's all it is. You see it all the time.
Did it start on TikTok or where was the origin of it? Like, do anybody know that?
Yes,
That I
it
can't
was
figure out.
it was started on TikTok from my understanding.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
So it was.
I
Like,
have it. I mean, I'm not gonna. Do you guys want to play it? Because it's just a bunch of.
I don't want to really listen to lies. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I was gonna say it's really just gargly. There's nothing. You can't hear anything. Like there's nothing. It's nothing that you know what I'm saying.
I mean,
like
if I want to listen to
bark,
a fairy,
that's
if I want to listen to a fairy tale, I'll just go on YouTube and type fairy tales. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, right.
you know,
That's a good way to put it. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's like Joseph Morris to like the next level, but they're making it seem like, ooh, leaked video. They kind of came at it from that angle that it's like this audio that is close by, but It makes sense that some idiot was just like either testing, like they said, or just, you know.
Someone asked, why is Tim always on panel? Because I clicked the link. Like
Yeah,
you can.
I'm glad you do, because a lot of people like get nervous and get scared and just talk shit in the chat. They
Yeah,
don't.
I mean, just click the link. You can come up. Yeah,
I'm glad you do. I enjoy the conversation with you too.
yeah. I'm just like everyone else.
You're
who's
my
watching.
boy.
Yeah,
You're my buddy. Shit. What's the
Yeah.
matter? Why aren't
Yeah.
you up on panel? You're asking why he is. Why aren't you? Click the link.
Yeah,
Out. Come on.
Yeah, anyone's welcome to jump up on the link. I mean, I just take the
That's right.
opportunity. That's all. Nothing special. Nothing. No one's more special than anyone else. Just press the link.
Hey now.
What are we reading right now?
You're more special. Shit, you're my homie, man. Shit. You're my homie, my dude.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so what we got going on here? I pulled the affidavit again. Okay, look. We're gonna go to her part right here. We're gonna go down here to where she's at, because I mean, obviously, people can't. You know, we're gonna have to. You got Dolly saying there's blood everywhere. She's seen blood and blood. No, she didn't. She never even said that. That's not anything she fucking said on here. Also, you have to understand, listen, this is how I picture it. They all got ready. They were all hanging out. Music is going. The lights are on. You know what I'm saying? They're hanging out, having a good old time. Ethan and Xana, they're like, okay, you know, hey, we're going to go hang out at the, what up, that girl?
How you doing? Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
I'm going to need you to go look at what I just DM'd you, please. No, it cannot wait. There's somebody else jumping on the bandwagon, girl. Look at that shit.
Snap.
Like,
what? Oh, God.
What the mother F?
Here, just don't even mention it up here, but that's
I'm not gonna. But there's more.
Tragedy pimp, another tragedy pimp.
Pimp down.
We got a matter of fact, in here, I need y'all to go hit the thumbs up or thumbs down, either way, whatever. But buzz on over and sting the thumbs up there.
I cannot.
I cannot.
Did you talk about Dolly talking about Max this morning?
I can't either.
What, baby? I'm sorry, I didn't miss it.
Oh wait, hold on. Dolly was talking about going out to that river, and or just that somebody should go out to
Snake
that
River, whatever the JLR was talking about. They need to go look at Snake River, because that's where they think he threw the weapon at. Are they really? They're not. Are you kidding me? Like, for real?
No, he said that.
Oh.
He said it. I have the timestamp. I sent it to Jones and it's he's crazy. Yeah, he was
That's
saying
what I told her. I was like, shit, come up on Pino, because I know she gets into this case like we do. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I was like, get up here and talk shit with us. She's like, girl, I just woke up. I can't come up there right this second, but I'll be up there. So this right here is another picture, though, that I was gonna bring up real fast before I forget. They said Queen Road, right? And it's right here. Now look where the house is at. You see that little tree line there? He could have went right through that, out the back door, right through that, and onto that Queen Road.
That's where Grace thinks he parked, right near that blue car.
I do too. I was like, I seen that. And I'm like, wow, that's probably where he's fucking sitting at.
It would be a good place to park for sure.
Because he did like a 3-point turn. Remember that 3-point turn that he did? Like, he was trying to go down that street, but then he was really freaking spazzing out a little when he was driving around there, you know?
Well, he probably wanted to keep his headlights off while he was driving down there, so no one probably noticed him. So he probably was having a hard time navigating at night.
But he, really somebody that studies digital forensics is doesn't
we're
think that there's
expecting
cameras everywhere. I know.
We're expecting too much from this guy. This guy literally brought his cell
I
phone
know.
to a murder. Like,
so friggin' stupid. I mean, what a idiot of a killer, you know? Like somebody called him that. What did Queen say, that Idaho idiot or something?
Yeah.
He should be get that kind of
they're trying to dub him the Idaho idiot.
That's better than anything else, because he's
I mean, ridicule is better than notoriety. So
right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think either way he's getting attention and he sucks and should die. If he
Well,
did it.
Yeah.
If they got the right guy, he should die.
yeah, agreed. No argument there.
Yeah. I think all the parents have to agree to that, right? They were saying like all
And
four.
I,
I don't know.
honestly, I think they all would.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just
And that's like
wondering.
when they might like offer like a guilty plea possibly at some point. Depends, I guess, you know.
Well,
I
he
mean,
does no good to anybody alive. Like,
yeah.
seriously, he's a waste of space and oxygen.
Because he's gonna get like he'll finish his PhD up in prison. He'll become like a lawyer house friggin', you know, lawyer,
You think that
like
guy's gonna
jail
probably get
lawyer.
beat up all the time,
Or
probably in
just he'll
jail.
write people's like you look at what JLR did in prison. He'll do that for other people. You know, like write their
Oh
little
God.
like, you know.
He'll start his true crime channel now in
Oh
jail.
no.
Oh no. He'll be
Oh
calling into Dolly's
no.
show, like Dolly says, he'll be a regular guest in Dolly's show.
Did you guys look into that Papa Rogers thing at all? Like that guy. I mean, I know it's Facebook, but it's really like even they're talking about it on Banfield that it could be possibly be him.
I was
Posting.
gonna say we haven't talked
Oh,
about it yet, but we were going to. We were
okay.
gonna get to it
We could
because
wait.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say, well, I wanted to talk about that, and they've also banned on Reddit. I wanted to know what everybody thought about this too. They've also banned anybody and everybody on there from blaming or insinuating that Dylan, Bethany, or Brian's family had anything to do with the murders, and anybody that does will automatically be deleted and banned.
Wow. So they're being more responsible than Betty and Dolly?
They're better than Facebook. Reddit
Yes,
better is
so
more respectful.
I was just going to get some opinions on that because people are really upset and they're saying that it goes against their free speech. And
I'm not
that,
a free speech
Oh,
absolutist.
well.
I'm not a free speech absolutist.
I'm
So
not
that's,
either.
yeah. So basically you're basically trying to create a mob to go after innocent victims. I'm not down
It's
with that.
weird.
I'm
It's
not.
strange. It's like next level weirdness. This
I
Dylan thing.
wasn't down with that with Billy Joe, and I'm not down with that here. Even though like she's not like a victim like this person, she's still not a person who committed a crime, and shouldn't have a mob going after her as well. So that's just my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. They're saying just terrible things. Like, and
I wish more platforms would do that, to be honest.
right.
They
I think
should.
Facebook has been deleting some of the like anti-Dylan posts, because people
Yeah.
will just come on there just to like drop a bomb, just to get like comments almost. Like it's weird, like almost
And you
to
don't
get
think
hateful comments. Yeah.
and you don't think she just goes by and reads these comments once in a while? She's not going through enough. I mean,
Yeah,
these
right.
people, what's the point? Like I always ask, what's the point of actually these types of discussions? The point is just to hate on someone. And that's
Yeah.
pretty much it. It's not to
It's just-
actually enlighten people on the investigation or discuss the case or
Hate
stuff like
always
that.
gets clicks and views.
Yeah.
It always does. It always
This
will.
shows
I don't know
that
why.
even on Facebook, on like just people wanting to get attention, so people will fight with them almost. Even if I feel like they don't believe, I don't know, or maybe there's some people that actually do believe that they just don't understand shock, I guess, and fear, like we were talking about the other day,
Or they don't care.
or they don't care, or they're just not aware enough. I feel like it's like an awareness about
Yeah. And
that
there's
different
always
people are different.
Yeah, and there's always people like Betty or Dolly or some other people that think it's all right to tell their fans to go after someone basically by wink, wink. This person did something wrong and I wouldn't have done it. And it's like, bitch, you don't know what you would have done in that situation. I mean, you don't know nothing. I mean, you have no clue what you're going to do in that situation.
You have no
Yeah,
clue.
bitch.
And you can't like Monday morning quarterback the whole thing. Like,
Well,
in
but that's what they do
retrospect,
with everything, always.
They
The
do
cops,
with
the
every
victims,
yeah.
the murderer, us,
Yeah.
anything. It doesn't
So
make a fuss.
frustrating. It's
I mean,
frustrating.
you all stood there and watched Dolly assault a woman. So, I mean, like, and you lied about it. So we know where your moral compass lies.
Bingo.
I mean, if you really had such a moral compass and you cared about and you wanted to help people, you wouldn't let Dolly assault people in front of you and then try to lie to the cops and then lie to everyone or your fans. So I'm not going to take your moral grandstanding. These people have no moral ground to stand on. They have zero moral ground to stand on. So, and it's just sad that people actually still believe these people.
Well, those people are the same people that are posting in these Facebook groups. Like you're like, oh, here are the Dolly, Betty. These are the people that will they want to like blame somebody other than the killer, which is weird.
Yeah, the killer should be blamed. That's who you should be
Or the
talking about.
suspect. We should be like.
I mean, I'm like
confident.
90% sure, but we'll say suspect, I guess, for this,
Yeah.
term of art.
90, not 95 or 99.
There
90.
still has to be a trial.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But with the evidence given and
no
like
one's
knowing that it's
and no one's 100% on anything. There's nothing.
no.
I'm 100%. There's oxygen because I'm breathing it, but
Yeah.
I mean.
But like leaving the sheath on the bed with the murdered victims is pretty much like a slam dunk. But there's always like, oh, it was planted. Yeah, I get it. But come on.
Do you think the Reddit was right to ban people accusing Dylan Bryan and
you got a certain amount, so I can like put it all in there. But I was like, do you think it was right? So do you think Reddit was right to ban people accusing Dylan or Brian's family of being involved in the murder?
Yeah.
It's called harassment.
So I did a poll on that. Because some people think it's against the freedom of speech. They're very upset about it. Other people think it's a step in the right direction, that people, Reddit's doing the right thing. Other platforms should follow, that it'll help from spreading rumors and misinformation.
The only people who are upset about that are people who are dickheads saying it.
Yeah, also, they were talking about change of venue because of the, tainting the jury pool and stuff like that. And that's another thing. That's why they're glad Reddit put a stop to it. They're hoping other platforms will as well. Here's what Reddit said. Actually, I will put it up. This is what they had to say. This was their announcement. As new information was released in the we'll say PCA yesterday, we understand that you have thoughts and questions about the new details. A few things to keep in mind. Absolutely no speculation regarding the surviving roommates or family of BK being involved in this crime. We have been closely monitoring discussions of the 911 call surviving. Let's see. Let me take this down. Right. That freedom of speech does not mean harassment, victim blaming, and shaming, etc. I agree with that.
I could be wrong, but I truly feel the only people who have an issue with that kind of stuff are people who are assholes saying those things.
Yeah, it says we have been closely monitoring discussions of the 911 call surviving roommates to ensure conversations remain respectful and non-accusatory. Despite repeated reminders, there are still numerous comments coming in that do not follow this rule. Temporary and permanent bans will be given to those who choose not to respect this rule. So here's another please remember these are humans. These are real people, many of which are young adults. If we have not specifically included someone in the do not speculate list, please use your best judgment. The tide has incorrectly shifted towards numerous individuals over the last few weeks, and our rules have remained the same. You should know by now the only speculation allowed here is that about named suspects. Speculation and accusations against anyone else do not contribute value to the discussion. It only harms the individuals you are accusing. Which is true. That is fucking true, man. As always.
Yeah, I agree.
And that goes the same for that's the same. That goes the same, and it goes hand in hand with Betty when she fucking immediately took what JLR said, which was the wrong suspect, like he didn't do enough to get his ass in trouble and do enough. He's obviously doing enough to fuck up his own life. He does not need Betty sitting here accusing him of being a murderer and telling, 2,000 people in her fucking chat, or 1,000 people. Sorry, she only had about 800 people then, but about 800 fucking people in her fucking chat that he's a murderer and that he's the one who killed the Idaho 4. And you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Which then Dolly picked it up, and then who else was it? Somebody else picked it up and said it too. There was like 4 or 5 people that fucking jumped on that bandwagon with the wrong person.
Yeah.
So as always, please report violations, as this helps us address issues faster. We are unable to moderate every single comment, so sometimes things stay up longer than we would like. Reports are the best way to help a report or to help. A report does not guarantee removal. It simply brings the post to the mod's attention for review. So
I think it's a very good decision, and I wish more platforms would do that. I wish YouTube would do that, and I wish other platforms would do that, because it doesn't further the conversation. Because like if you want to talk about the potential suspects, if there are none based on facts and stuff like that, it's fine. But just victim blaming is fucked up, and I saw that from last night. That was funny.
Yeah, I was gonna say I forgot to show you this. Hey Mo, you got me. What's up?
Hey, QueenBee. Can you hear me?
How are you? Yeah, I can hear you, baby.
How you doing?
Look, I enjoy your channel. I don't comment because that's just not me. I just sit and watch. But I want to ask, I agree with everything Reddit is doing. And I just want to ask some people, when is the last time you were in a house and you were 20-something years old and you saw somebody walking by you in a mask with bushy eyebrows, and you just automatically knew that they had just killed your roommates or what they were there for? The young lady was scared. And that's what I believe. None of us know what we would have done.
Right.
We have no clue. You know why? Because we haven't been in that situation. And how dare anybody, Strap Back Betty, or anybody else, decide that they understand it when you don't? If you haven't been in that situation, you don't understand it. Rule of thumb, treat people the way you want to be treated. And rule of thumb, anything anybody does to anybody else, they'll do to you. Nothing makes you special. Get over it. Have some compassion. If you haven't learned anything since the pandemic, learn to have compassion for each other. Learn to understand each other. Learn to step back and just breathe. Stop hurting each other. Stop stepping on each other. I mean, yes, it's entertainment, unfortunately, but this case is serious. All cases are serious. These families can't erase this. You can turn off YouTube. They can't turn it off. Leave that baby alone. She's a victim. And people are victim shaming her. You don't know what she went through. You didn't stand there with her.
Right.
And how dare people do this?
Well, and she's probably the hell out of herself. Nobody can be harder on her than she already is on herself, saying, why didn't I do this? If I would have just done this, if I could have just done this, if I wouldn't have went back to sleep, I could have probably saved. She's probably going through all this stuff in her own mind already.
Yes, ma'am.
And honestly,
if people don't leave her alone, she might just finish things for herself. If that makes any sense what I'm saying.
Right. And that's what I'm scared of, is her unaliving herself because of all the, the guilt anyways. And now the bullying and the, the things that are being said, the accusations that are being made. People are saying she was involved in it, which I do not believe at all.
I don't either. But that baby will never stop being hurt. She'll never stop questioning herself.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And these awful ass people, how dare you? You don't know what that feels like. It may be a couple people that do, but the majority of us have never been through it. How dare you? How dare you question her? Isn't she going through enough? Aren't the parents going through enough? It's okay to cover the case, but other than that, mind your damn business. Stop tracking down families and innocent people. Stop following people. That's harassment.
Oh yeah, did
it's
you follow?
Harassment.
Did you watch them? Have you watched with the Quinn Simon case and Summer Wells case that they did? Have you been watching for a while, baby?
You know what? Yes, I have, and that makes me want to vomit.
Oh yeah. So okay, you're familiar with the stunts they pulled.
Yes, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with these 2-cent tragedy pimps. Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay.
And they're disgusting.
You've been watching for a while. If you've seen all the shit they pulled with Candace, all the shit they did to Dawn, to both of them, and You know, the neighbors. I mean, they
I'm
taunted.
sorry your baby's dead.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Sick ass bitch.
To Summer Wilds is a cash cow. I saw every bit of it.
Yeah, yeah. You sure did.
Hunt until the if you wanna make money, hunt until the last dog hunts. I saw all of it. And it's sick. Because while you playing and having fun and making money, these families can't get out of this nightmare. They're living this.
Yep.
And furthermore, what if it was you? I don't wish that on you. But the torment that you're causing on other people, the extra torment, is ridiculous. It's not okay. I've seen
I,
all of it.
I
I've
feel like
cried,
they're
I've punched the
incapable of
air.
empathy at this point. I don't think they're capable of that introspection as what if it was them, ma'am. I just don't think they're capable of that because they don't act like they are.
Oh, baby,
And
you
I think you're
scratchy.
100% right. You know, one thing that doesn't work too well together is empathy and a dollar bill. The
That's
dollar
so
bill
true.
outweighs the empathy.
Oh my God.
And it, unfortunately, in this world we live in, it always will. Because people care more about what they can have and what they can buy than how somebody feels inside. And that's why this world we live in is so broken.
Yeah.
See, it wasn't that way when we were growing up. I know it wasn't for me. People cared about each other. Didn't nobody care about a dollar bill. They cared about making sure their family was okay. They cared about feeding their neighbors. They cared about everything but what people care about today. People better figure it out because this isn't right. And let me be the first one to tell anybody, you could be next. You keep supporting this madness. You could be next. They could be on your porch hollering at your family. They could dox you. They could hurt your family. It's a whole lot of people that support a whole lot of nonsense. But you wouldn't support it if it was you. I don't want anybody to have to understand not supporting this trash because it's them. Be realistic. And furthermore, be humane. If you don't do nothing else today, restore somebody's faith in humanity. Try to be kind. It's free. It's not hard. But that's all I had to say, Queen. I love your panels. I love B Tim. I love voices. I love that girl. I love all of y'all, the way y'all balance off of each other. And we're not even going to talk about Jones, she's so funny.
I
I
know.
love
I
the
just
way
love
you
it
all
too. I
balance off
cracks
of
me
each
up.
other. What'd you say, baby?
Yes, you know what? That's why I like to have an open panel too, because you know, I like when there's other people who don't always agree too. I like to hear other people's opinions as well. So I try to keep the panel open, you know, as long as you can be respectful, you know, that kind of thing. So I
And
appreciate
you all do
coming
a
up here.
very
I
good
appreciate
job
you.
at it. And please don't stop.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, love.
I appreciate you. And, you know, you one in the few. You one in the
Well,
few.
thank you.
And
I appreciate
just
you. You
keep
know
staying
that.
amazing. Keep staying
Well, thank
amazing.
you, love.
And you all have a good day.
You
Bye
too,
bye.
baby.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, that was sweet.
Yeah.
You know what, though? I like to hear people we don't get to hear from very much, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's good to hear from people to jump on. You know, I mean, that's what it's there for.
All right, hold on. We got somebody else back here. Let's see. Humble Pie. What's up?
Hi,
How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you guys?
I'm good.
I just wanted to
In
go
there.
back. I just wanted to go back to Dylan. You know, the probable cause affidavit
Right.
was just enough to get him arrested.
Yes.
I think that poor thing saw everything, and she just curled up in a ball. That's what I think.
You know, and it very well could be, that very well could be the truth. You know, we really don't know, you know,
I
and that's
mean,
why I
can
feel
you
so bad
imagine?
for people, you know, to sit there and, you know, drag her and say the things they're saying about her, because we, you know, we don't know what she went through and what she's seen. You know what I mean? It's,
Yeah, we don't know. There's so much we don't know.
Yeah.
That probable cause affidavit was just the tip of the iceberg.
right. Yeah,
Think
there's a
about
lot.
it.
I think people forget too that there's a lot of information we don't know. We don't
Oh,
have access to. You
I
know.
mean, I think the most.
Absolutely.
Did you see Gray Hughes' video where he like shows like him like literally like you know like he tried to simulate maybe what she would have saw with the door cracked open,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
maybe saw the
Oh.
killer through their darkness, and like
Oh, God.
that would have been terrifying, I think, to anyone. Either some people would think that's not like their eye, you know, because you got to remember it's like 4 o'clock, and you're not like 100% like at 4 o'clock. You're like probably 20-30%. Some
Yeah.
people might have thought it was just an image. Some people just get fearful. I mean, like people just don't understand. They don't want to empathize with people. They just want to hate on someone because it's content. You know what I mean? They see victims as content, you know, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah. And I think perplexed Laura was worse than Betty.
Oh, I didn't know anything about. I don't really
Oh,
watch
my
her.
God. Oh, my God. Disgusting. Horribly disgusting. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what she said. What did she say? If anyone wants to know.
Oh, she said, if I were Kaylee's parents, I'd go and beat the shit out of her. She don't know enough to call 911.
Kidding?
Oh, it was horrible. She went on and on.
Whoa.
And accused Dylan of being involved and giving him time to leave, and that's why she didn't call 911. Oh, it was awful. It was
So
just
weird.
awful.
So strange.
When was this video? When did she say this?
Oh, I don't know. A couple days ago, when everybody was talking, right after the affidavit came out.
Yeah,
Friday,
someone's got to.
And who was this? I'm sorry, baby. I didn't hear you. Who's what happened, or who was this talking?
Laura.
Oh God. So yeah, I heard that she had a lot to. I heard she did have a lot to say, and she was talking
Oh, my
about.
God. Oh, it was
you know, really
horrible,
bad.
Queen.
But I haven't heard it from
Oh.
myself, so you know what I'm saying. What might be bad to somebody else might not be bad to me. You know what I mean. So I haven't heard it from myself, but
Yeah,
I had.
usually go. That's why
I'm telling you, it was horrible.
That's why I usually ask for the video, because I want to listen to it myself, because before I make like a huge comment, because if like that would get me very angry, and I don't want to just start spewing very angry replies without listening to it.
I understand. Yeah.
But anybody that's blaming her and victim shaming her and acting, you know what I'm saying? You can tell, like, well, and like the comment was made earlier today by Gabby, like, you know, that just tell me you've never lived in a frat house without telling me you've never lived in a frat house. You know, like people don't understand, you know, how noisy and, you know, how many different people. I mean, you've seen the parties. There's been videos of parties there. You've seen people, you know, in and out. I mean, shit, like just in, okay. So all I can imagine is them all getting ready, having fun, joking around, laughing. Hey, we're going to go to the Sigma Chi party. Oh, we're going to go by there too. And the other girls, oh, we're going to go to the corner bar and we're going to go here, here, and here, or whatever, you know, and we're going to go hang out. We'll see you guys later. And everybody leaves out. So they all, you know, they go to their Sigma Chi party. The other girls go to the party. You know, Maddie and Kaylee go do their thing at the corner bar. They leave and go to the grub truck. The other girls had already been at home. They just got home, right? They got home at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Girls are getting home at 1 o'clock. The other two girls are getting ready to leave and go to the grub truck, or walking towards the grub truck about the same time that the Bethany and Dylan get home. So they get home, and then Ethan and Xana, they came in, and then the other two girls, Maddie and Kaylee, came in after 1:56, right? Or was it who got home first? I know Beth did
Ethan
Betty.
and Dana did. I
Maddie
think.
and
Oh,
Kate.
first the two girls in the base, the two, yeah, one on the first, Dylan and Bethany, and then Dana and Ethan, and then last Kaylee and Maddie.
Okay, Xana and Ethan were there first. Okay, so yeah, there you go. So you know, they all came at different times, you know. So they came in first. So then you have to think they came in and already, you know, laid down and was trying to chill out when you had 4 drunk people come in 45 minutes to an hour later. You
Yeah.
know, they're loud, they're noisy. The girls probably were loud. They had to let the dog out. They were eating food. They were talking about, you know, being in the you know what I mean? Separating their food or whatever. So the kitchen door is right there. So she probably put her earphones in.
Yeah.
Or her headphones or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And laid down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's used to it, you know, like if it's a party house, then you have like your ways to like deal with like noise, you know?
Yeah, and the affidavit said that she was awakened, so she was sleeping. It said she was awakened.
Yeah, and you're like out of it when you're asleep. I mean, I've been in situations where, I mean, like I wake up, I'm like a zombie. Someone could probably be in my house and I probably wouldn't know it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And they were drinking and then ate, you know, like if you drink and then eat, you just pass out, you know, you just get so tired. You know?
Yeah.
And so even if she was groggy and saw him, like she just might have just convinced herself that everything was fine. And then, you know, the next day it became more grave, of course. But that night she just convinced herself that it was nothing and made herself, you know, she's probably scared as shit, but went back to sleep or did whatever, you know, and then everything stopped, you know, then the noise stopped. So she's like, oh, it's nothing. You know, you convince your mind. It's like a defense mechanism. We all have it. We don't convince ourselves of the worst ever when we're in that situation. We convince ourselves of the least possible threat.
Hey, Jonesin.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh my God, I'm finally up and moving.
Oh, girl, we've been deep diving into this like detectives.
I know. I got up. I cut you on because you said you was going live. I dozed off again. I said, oh my God, I got to get my shit together. So, anyways, I just wanted to point out that there are certain people, like, it's like there's 2 groups of people. There's people that refused to understand Dylan's thought process. And then there's the group of people that says, okay, well, I don't know if it comes down to empathy or sympathy or what, but like Bullhorn, for example, she is one that is refusing to even try to look for Dylan's view in the whole thing. Instead, it's just easier with a low IQ to be like, fuck it, she's wrong. She should have did this.
That's Laura too. Yeah. Yeah, that's Laura too.
It's like
are y'all incapable of wrapping your heads around other people's thought patterns?
Exactly.
No,
Are
they're
It's very selfish of them to think that everybody's going to think like them. Like we're all different, you know?
Right.
It's weird. It's really
and
weird.
I thought Bullhorn was pissed at JLR for going after Dylan. So she's not. Now she's going after Dylan.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on? This poor girl, there's no telling what was going through her mind. She could have thought she was dreaming, guys, and didn't realize it until the next day.
Oh my God, definitely. When you're in that state, that groggy state.
I just want to. I'm sorry to interrupt. I did look at a perplexed video last. It's the one
Is it
update.
bad?
Yeah, it's 2554. That's why I was quiet, and that's where she says that she would if she was one of the family, she would personally beat the shit out of them.
Somebody needs to beat her ass.
Here's that. I mean, like, and if you go to 2554, and it's at the video from 2 days ago. It's called Brian Koberger probable cause affidavit released. Is still Dylan culpable? And if you play it like 2550, you hear her saying that, and she says a lot of other things before that, but I did a quick, that's why I was quiet. I was just listening through it. So yeah, I think what she said was really fucked up. and really, really fucked up. I don't understand what her thought is.
Really, really
It's
fucked up.
again, it comes back to the low IQ people that can't wrap their heads around anybody else's thoughts other than their own. Anybody else's visions, anybody else's, anybody else's anything. What they think is what they have going on in their mind is correct. And
Yeah,
they're convinced of it.
It's like it's such fucking. I don't understand how these people actually get by thinking like this. I mean, honestly, really is fucked up. B-Tim, look up University of Buffalo murder, 1994 student involved in a same situation speaks out of Dylan. Oh, I'll have to check that out later.
I want to also bring up the fact, I said it in chat, and I know a few people said, oh, I didn't think about that. But we need to remember that this house had people answering the door that didn't even live there during noise complaints. While the people that did live there were not there. That's how active this house was with other kids.
Yeah.
In and out, in and out. She could have thought that was a frat brother playing a joke. Now, I will say that if the screams and everything that's going on right now is true, I would find it hard to believe that she didn't hear that. But I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to her. I'm going to say, no, it could be false.
Yeah, see, my opinion is that, like I said, the affidavit only had enough to get him arrested. And I think that there's a whole lot more that we don't know. And it's my opinion only, that she saw everything and went into complete shock. And crawled in the corner, shut her door, crawled in the corner, and stayed there till, I don't know. I really do.
And
that's
who is
my
to judge her
opinion.
on how she handles her shock? Like, seriously, like.
Jonesy, you know a lot about Dolly. Did he play the leaked audio?
Yes, he did. It's the timestamp on his, I don't know if he's live right now, but he was live earlier. I think it was 2:35. Hold on.
And where did does anyone know where this leaked audio comes from?
I have no idea, but Bullhorn and Dolly are both sharing it out.
Irresponsible, completely irresponsible. It really
is. To me, that leaked audio, I mean, I don't know what to think of it, honestly. It's like the screen video. I don't know.
Let me see what it's on
Let
Daily
me give
Mail.
you the timestamp. Oh, was it on Daily Mail?
Yeah, let me see. Daily Mail leaked audio, Idaho. I'll mute myself. Sorry, keyboard.
Your keyboard doesn't bother me.
So, Queen, thank you for having me. I'm going to step down.
Thank you for coming up.
Sure. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, baby. What if she did see and hear everything and just went into a... There's a shock phase. It's called something
Deer
else.
in the headlights type of deal, or shock? I don't know.
Yeah, but it's where they stay that way until, God knows however long it takes them to come out of it. And then, from what I've heard, the 911 call, there was one of the roommates passed out that was calling. And then one of them, which I think was Dylan, was like erratically on the phone, like not able to explain what was going on and what she was seeing. I don't know where that comes from, but I think I heard Gray say it.
Yeah, I mean, I think these people are just outrageous in their comments, especially Perplex, especially Betty, especially Dolly. All of them are outrageous. I would love them to actually say this to people's faces, like instead of just over the internet, in front of the families, because it's really disgusting what they just said.
Well, I don't understand what Bullhorn was mad at jail. I know that has nothing to do with it, but it almost makes me feel like, okay, look, it almost makes me feel like Bullhorn was kind of against JLR going after Dylan, right? So she puts that post out and then immediately deletes it. Is that because JLR was like, what the hell? I'm doing this because this is where the views are leading. Like, this is
you know, people are outraged about this. So then Bullhorn is like, okay, let me jump on that train then. Because it makes no sense.
Well, and see, that's the thing. I was like, well, with her, I said, there's no fucking way that she's mad at JLR over Dylan. They go out to these guys nonstop, you know? Like,
no, I didn't understand it in the first place, but from looking at JLR and everything, that's all I could think is like, okay, first off, you don't have a right to be upset with him about what he says about Dylan because you do the same thing. But okay, let's say you're playing martyr and you're just, I don't know. They blow my mind, man. I can't
Did
even wrap my head
around it.
They play fucking games so much. Hold on, we got somebody back here. Hey, what's up? You're on panel.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Good. How are you? I didn't know. It says your name just says KDH, so I wasn't sure.
Oh, so it's Kim. I'm Kim in Maryland. How are you?
Oh, okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. I just didn't know what
echo, do I?
KDH, so I just wanted to make sure I was addressing you the right way. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
I didn't want to be rude.
Nope. I gotcha.
How are you?
Good. I had a particular thought on the Dylan side of things, but since you're talking
perfect
on the BHB topic, it's just
no, and go back to Dylan.
Well, I mean, it is interesting though.
It like ties in together.
I caught it yesterday. Wait a minute, what day? So today, and I did not catch what you guys are talking about from yesterday. And I particularly thought this morning, that's interesting because she must have already 360'd, because the only reason I think it came up for me this morning is I guess no one else was live about it. And she probably got bumped to the top of my For You because of the quote leaked audio, which is insane. I have a bazillion thoughts on that, but
same.
She was very, don't harass Dylan. Don't say this, that, and that about Dylan. I just thought, well, that's weird because apparently that's not what the tone was yesterday. So I just thought that was interesting as you're on the topic of that specifically, that as of this morning, I think that has already
it like doesn't make sense, right, Kim? Like, I don't understand. Like, did Boss Man say, hey, this is where the views are going to be?
I mean,
and she
this is our
decided
narrative.
to flip?
Seems to be. Yep.
It's strange. He really is running the shots like a mob boss.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. I mean, that video, it's really probably not worth anybody's time. I kind of agree with Tim on why watch lies and fairy tales, but the whole time, first of all, I think they're trying to say this is the video that's in the affidavit. That's the way at least she put it on her video. Look, this is 417 and that's the dog bark. It's not a dog barking. It's not. I mean, I don't even think it's close to, but the crazy thing is she even goes and says, no, those voices you can hear, which are girls laughing and talking, are the people at the house that it's currently at. I'm like, so are you saying the neighbors that are 50 feet away are awake and laughing and they also don't hear this? It's
is this, I mean, I'm listening.
And to watch the comments in that video of people being like, oh my gosh, this is heartbreaking. And it's like, it's wild how one person can like take a wave of people's minds and send it in one direction and they're unable to see or think anything else.
I mean, I'm listening to the audio now on the TikTok and I can't hear anything.
I hear nothing, me either.
I mean, like, I don't understand how people can literally put this on their YouTube channel and say that this is a legitimate sauce, because I can't hear jack shit.
I hear the male scream towards the end, but I don't know what it is. But let's say for instance, it is the tape. Do you think that their parents want to come across that on YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it doesn't sound. I don't think it should even be played. If you're trying to be a legitimate,
I think it's I'm getting Joseph Morris vibes.
Yeah,
I am too. Yeah,
or T-Rat vibes.
Yes,
like somebody made that or put that in there or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that was definitely somebody's bullshit that they made up or put together or whatever the fuck they've done. You know what I mean? Like I at this point I don't even feel like trying to figure out how to debunk it or figuring out where it came from, because it's just a bunch of horse shit.
No, but Daily Mail or whoever shouldn't be sharing that shit either.
Right, I agree with you. Yeah, they
Daily Mail though.
That's just like Fox News. Fox News tried to, they got caught telling some big old whoppers because the FBI came out and said they have nothing to do with Look, the FBI denies it had any involvement in requesting the Hyundai Elantra be pulled over, telling Fox News Digital in a statement that the December 15th traffic stop conducted on the vehicle being driven by Brian Koberger in Indiana was not requested or directed by the FBI.
Damn, B Tim, that's the only thing we was right about, we thought.
No, we were right about other things. I was right about the garbage, so I don't know about you.
You
Maybe
were right about the garbage.
You were. That was.
Mhm.
I still think that's weird.
So
Do you
yeah,
think they dressed up like garbage men?
I think like people are doing pareidolia where they like basically perceive certain words when they're like listening to sound, and that's what's happening with the audio clip. I think they're just hearing what they want to hear
Yeah.
or what they're told. Because
Mhm.
if I just grabbed this random audio tape and I just gave it to someone that had no clue about the Idaho 4 murder, they would listen to it and they would probably pick up other things. And right now your understanding of what you're hearing is bias because you are thinking that this is the audio from the murder and you're just trying to make sense of it.
So should I do a test on my hubby since I
Well, I
he's
think your
not here,
husband's
he's out of
content.
town right now.
I think
Okay.
since you've been talking about the Idaho 4, I think he's pretty
have you
contaminated
heard
at this point.
talk about the ring cam? Like, I was gonna
No.
do. Has everybody heard the TikTok from the ring cam? Is that what it is? The ring camera?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Has
that's the
everybody
one.
seen it or heard it?
I think that's the source, TikTok, right?
Oh
Ooh,
hell!
I don't
So
know.
there's no source. I've been trying to find the source.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
on
Yeah, I wasn't
Facebook.
able to find it early this morning either.
I mean,
when I
Oh,
for
that's a
first heard it.
problem.
yeah,
But the
if
TikTok video is the source. So whoever was like, I'm gonna come up with like, I have a great idea. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna test this ring cam and we're gonna put it up and we're gonna like use like words that make people believe that this is coming from. I feel like it's
I'm gonna
Joseph
test
Morris.
it on my hubby because I'm not even gonna mention the Idaho case. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
like, look,
All right,
listen
guys,
to this and tell me
test
what
it out
you
on
hear.
him. Yeah, do it. You know what? Do that. Don't say nothing to him about nothing. Just walk
I
in there and
won't.
say, "What do you hear?"
He's in South Carolina on his way home now. I just won't say anything about it. I'll be cleaning the house when he gets home and
Yeah.
I'll just be like, listen to this and tell me what you hear on it.
yeah, and I think like that's the problem with a lot of people when they just want to hear what they want to hear and when they listen
Right.
to audio.
The
And I think
brain
that's
is
what's
If he doesn't
happening.
know what
exactly
he's listening for or listening to, then he won't have a preconceived,
right.
Yeah, and I think like for Daily Mail to put this TikTok thing without any sort of source on it is weird. That is very yellow journalism.
And
Like,
They did
people,
that other
people,
thing. Remember in prison when that woman saw him and like said that he was like throwing
oh my
things. And
God.
that was
and that
Daily
was
Mail
a big
too.
lie. Yeah.
Daily Mail is like
Yeah,
not
because
like
Ashley
Inquirer.
Banfield cleared that up.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of misinformation, and you're not going to get your information from Dolly or Betty or any of these people because they're just running for content at this point. They're just basically hoping for anything because the trial is not going to be for like what, a week, maybe more, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So they gotta scrub for content because they gotta look for their next case now.
Well,
Like,
can
Even
I tell
Banfield
y'all,
is,
yeah,
I think that going back to the affidavit, how we were talking about how it said originally, like,
Okay, a lot of people said no, they haven't seen it. We'll pull it up then and show you guys. It's absolutely ridiculous. I just want to say trigger
this
warning.
is for awareness. This,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
a bunch of bullshit. We'll play it for awareness because it's a bunch of bullshit, I think.
yeah. I think
In
it's
my
fake.
opinion.
I think it's absolutely fake.
look,
I mean, just to pretend that it is true. I mean, it's not, but pretend for a moment that it was. When you listen to it, for the people who do listen to it, ask yourself if it can pick up audio, which you can clearly hear, maybe a door opening and closing, and what is clearly someone laughing and potentially conversations happening. That would be at the residence of the house because it's super clear. I can't believe that any ring camera, I have a ring camera, can pick up audio from the interior of another
hell
house
no.
anyway.
I mean,
You know what I mean?
unless it's from like maybe like Elon Musk or
Well,
Amazon,
that's what
they're trying to spy
that was
on
my
you.
question. Right. Well, even the 50 feet away, I was sitting there thinking, was this? And honestly, I thought, was this their security camera?
I think they would have a lot of litigation problems for like privacy if they're like their ring camera was recording inside their house and they're like able to hear everything they're said in their house, and then and literally someone could just like hack into the ringtone and just find out like everything you say in your house now.
That'd be horrible because that's what it sounds like.
Can I make it known that I think that Dylan went downstairs with Bethany? I'm gonna make that known.
On that, And that was kind of the reason I had called in before you get on that video, because I'm probably going to have to hop off. I can think of 1,000 scenarios that may be, and oftentimes I end up Xing it out when I think about, say, I thought for sure she had to have been injured, right? Like they just haven't put that in there yet, but she's a victim. She was injured. He took her phone, he tied her up. But then when you remember, they specifically said, it was a rumor that no one was tied up, that they specifically did say, they kept calling them surviving victims.
Mhm.
But I'm like, that doesn't mean unharmed. But at some point I did find an interview where he did say that they were unharmed, but that wouldn't be the first time they kind of bluffed in a press conference, and that could have been for her protection. And I'm just kind of at a point now where I'm like, it's going to feel god awful. I can tell you, even on the Jack side of things, I mean, I didn't go running all over the internet writing about it, but it was real hard when that information is right in front of you, not to side eye an ex-boyfriend, because that's kind of what we're taught and how it typically goes. And it does feel pretty sickening to have ever even had the thought privately in my mind. And for people to be saying things like to harm someone or whatever, and when this girl has gone through it, it is insane to me, when quite possibly you're going to hear something heartbreaking about why. That she didn't have her phone, that she ran downstairs and in that room without her phone, and she wasn't coming out the door, that the door was jigged. I mean, who knows?
Right, we don't know.
So many possibilities, but the big one to me, and I'm curious if what you guys think as kind of the professional sleuthers. If you go into the I court, like it's not the same as in my state, but in I court under Brian's court things, that you can't, they don't the summary, when you click them open, they don't tell you much more. But if you scroll down, and I have it screenshot, but I can't, if I move out of it right now, I'm afraid I'll lose you guys in the StreamYard mic. But if you scroll down, you can see the motion to have the no contact order, and you can see a few names there. There's multiple motions for multiple people. I think it's each individual family, and like the Gonzalez family, right, is multiple. But there is a completely separate one. And it's in there too, as the non-dissemination, the gag order. But there's a completely separate one that only has the name Mortensen, and that says victims' rights notification. And I'm like, well, what is that? So I Googled, and you can go, and I found that too, the Idaho State Victim Rights Notification. What is it? And it's a document that shows state of Idaho, blah, blah, blah. But if you read it, it's got a ABC.
Can you email it over to me?
Sure.
If you can't, I can pull it up. That's what I was just going to say. If you can email it, I can pull it up on here.
So what's the fastest way to do it? I'm afraid if I click away from you, if you start not being able to hear me, just keep talking, because I'm going to click into my...
Well, I don't know if you, I'm not sure if you're familiar with opening other apps and stuff while you're on your phone, but if you just hit like the middle button, usually it'll just keep going while you're looking through other apps, but you have to hit that to pull yourself back up. It might knock you off, but usually I can do other stuff on my phone too when I'm on here. So
I think it mutes me out, but I'll go ahead. I'm actually just going to give you that sentence and pop it out anyway, because I'm afraid I'm going to lose phone service, but I'm going to email it to you the second that I stop talking. But basically on the bottom,
just whenever
gives
you
get you the definition of basically who is afforded this right. And what it's saying is this person gets contact if he gets out of jail. She gets a say in, I don't know, maybe things like, does he get the death penalty, right? But we're talking about all cases, that she gets a notification every time there's a change in something, right? Because she is considered a victim. But the interesting part is, unless something's changed, and I didn't check it today or yesterday, there is not one for Bethany Funk.
Interesting.
Now, it doesn't say in that letter, it says physical harm, physical assault, sexual assault, or if all of them were physical. Not one of them said witnessed a crime, because everyone had said when I brought it up before, like, well, she saw it, so she may be afforded it, and she may just under simple protections. But that tells me there's something way more with her, and that's kind of like, I mean, I heard it like y'all did when the affidavit was read, and I was like, what do you mean she was on the second floor? And even the very first time they did the press release, and they said, you know, there were two unharmed or surviving, you know, roommates, and the call was made at noon. I was with everybody else. How is it possible? But now I'm just like, everybody needs to back all the way off, because I have a feeling we're going to be shocked.
Yeah, because
it's just
if they only gave us a little bit.
Right. And everyone is like, this just doesn't make sense. No, you're right. It doesn't. So
Yeah,
instead of going, it doesn't make sense, this is all the information we have, which must mean she neglected to do XYZ. Like, it's probably more likely our gut feeling that this doesn't jive is because it's very limited information. It doesn't.
Well,
jive
it doesn't.
because
It
of
doesn't
what
need
happened.
it doesn't need any more information because
Yeah.
it's not meant to be like a full information. It's just meant to get this guy like arrested.
The bare bones.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like that's basically it. And you don't want to put like tell everyone about every single detail because you have to worry about like the jury being contaminated by
Yep.
like all this information. And you don't think someone's gonna who's in Idaho is not gonna read the probable cause affidavit themselves? Of course they are. So you don't want to put too much so that that it's like a mistrial and say, well, listen, Your Honor, they released all this information and my client couldn't get a fair trial. He literally was guilty before they even went to trial. So I would like a mistrial. And
I would like people to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and it's you know, and if an idiot like me knows that could probably happen,
You're no
then I'm
idiot.
sure a lawyer with a law degree would probably think the same thing.
There's
So,
a
like,
lot more. There's a lot
so much
more
more.
to this.
Yeah, with
They
like
didn't
what
even say
about
where he parked the car? Like,
yeah.
you went as far as to say that he unsuccessfully parked it, but then where did he park it? Did somebody else park it? Was it left running and someone else was driving? Like, there's so much more that there could be.
Yeah. So I just think like these people are just trying to dig, and there's nothing to dig until the actual trial starts. You're not going to get the information.
And then they say, well, they lied to us. They've lied to us a few times. And
cops are allowed to lie to you
your
by law.
fucking point.
Yeah. That's why I always tell you, get a lawyer. When a cop says, I just have a couple of questions for you, get a lawyer, because that could be easily by them just be like fishing expedition where they lie to you, says, oh, we're just looking into this other case, and meanwhile they're looking into you because legally they can lie to you. Nothing wrong with that.
We also have the fact that they just now got him to question him. Now he could plead the fifth and say not a word, and if he's smart, I guess he will. But like, he's got to give answers too, and honestly, they probably could have questioned. I guess they told him not to talk until.
What do you think of what Heel says? They all had fatal chest wounds. They would not be screaming. Brian knew what he was doing with those wounds, which is very good.
Well, I think Zaina was awake when he went in. So I think she was probably the only one that would have been alert as to what's happening. And she's also the one that had defensive wounds. So
yeah. And I heard that you don't always scream too. Like you think you would. But
no,
like,
I'm not going to say they're going to lie. Heels, I'm not saying they're going to lie on the probable cause affidavit. I'm saying that they would not put information on the probable cause information because they're all the information on there. I'm not saying they're going to lie on the probable cause affidavit. No, I'm not saying that.
Now, there was a spot, and I sent
apologies.
I think I sent it to Ellie. I don't know who I sent it to.
Is it about the text messaging part that we were talking about that Joseph Scott Morgan talked about, that Bethany texted, or that Dylan and Bethany's text determined the time of death of, right?
Yeah,
there was a text between them. Did you guys see that? The Bethany.
I can't understand that part.
I know, but I feel like there was some kind of communication.
It wouldn't be in there if it didn't mean something. But I agree.
Yeah,
it's like one of
but
those
that's also the one where right up under it said using the forensic data from Bethany and Dylan's phones, as well as, what did it say? As well as the video
suspect video.
Yeah.
It was weird. I couldn't understand even what they were trying to say.
So like you were saying before, there's so much more to the story. There's so much more to the
story.
But
I did see on the Ashley Banfield interview, the one Queen was just playing, where the parents were talking about they would totally be down with the death penalty, right? I think it was a little further in when Banfield asked the lawyer, like, she asked him something along the lines of, did you get all the, more information from the affidavit? Did you feel like you're left more in the dark? And he was like, no, we did get a lot of details. And he said about the sheath, he said we didn't know it was the sheath, but we had suspected something was left behind, and we suspected the identity.
Oh, I missed the identity part, but I did hear him say that surprised us on the sheet. We knew something, but we didn't know exactly.
Well, the identity part is like, okay, so y'all suspected the identity of Brian Kohberger before they came out with it.
I missed
They
that.
knew
I have to
about
read it again.
Dylan and
So,
were eyewitnessing
what
it.
connection did Brian Koberger have with Kaylee?
Yeah.
Did you guys hear in the? This is where I feel like I've missed a large chunk of information because I'm still very hung up on the DoorDash driver. Did I completely miss that from the very beginning of all of this, or is
It
the
was never
DoorDash
in
driver
it.
Yeah,
No,
they
we
Only
just
just found out
released in the
about that.
affidavit.
yeah,
But
and
the way that was dropped, so and so ordered DoorDash or had a DoorDash delivery at 4:00 in the morning, and 4 minutes later, this guy, I'm like, is he the DoorDash driver?
Yeah.
Was he there 12 times before because he's been a DoorDash driver?
no, I mean, I think what happened is they probably thought the DoorDash guy. They probably interviewed the DoorDash guy and be like, okay, what
You
did you
think
see?
so? Because you
They
notice like people
redacted
are
his
saying that.
name.
Yeah,
Redacted
because
his
like
name, right?
and I
Mhm.
think the
Okay.
reason why is because they probably thought he was a suspect because a lot there's
Yeah.
been like
Well,
a lot
sure.
of Uber, and they probably said, listen, what were you doing at that time? What did you see?
Talk about
Because you're
bad
the
luck,
last,
because that
yeah,
could have
you're
pinned on him.
well,
And
I
when we
mean,
were talking the other night about a lot of stuff happening at 4 a.m., Zayna, the DoorDash, Zayna getting up and getting the DoorDash, Kaylee playing with the dog, Dylan waking up. I
TikTok.
mean,
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a lot at 4
Kaylee's
a.m.
not playing with the dog. I think they mistook movement.
I think Zayna getting the food.
Movement of
Yeah.
Kaylee.
you're roboting a little bit.
Yeah, somebody's roboting real bad.
It's
Yeah.
the lady that's
I
on.
think Dylan woke up at 4 o'clock and she might have thought she heard Kaylee upstairs playing with the dog, but I think she heard Zayna getting the food. And when you first wake up, you're groggy as fuck. Like Tim
Yeah.
said, you're like a zombie.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of shit happening at 4 a.m. But can we
It
also
happened
keep in mind it
fast.
says approximately
Yeah.
4
Could it be
a.m.?
like 3:50 something or
Yeah,
a little
hell, it could have
before?
been, 4:02. We don't know.
Because he got in there like he parked, I think, around 4:04, and then
4:04 is when
and
he
then
was last seen driving.
yeah, so he probably didn't get in the house until like
4:06.
4:07. Yeah, 4:06,
Yeah,
4:07, and then he
that's what I
was
was thinking.
driving again at 4:20.
Yeah.
So so that means he left there at like 4:07. It's like 11 minutes or something, or what? No, yeah,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
It's quick.
That 11 minutes. That's like he knew exactly. I think if anything, he did right. He knew I think how to use his weapon and do it fast. So that's good that it was like quick. That maybe.
Oh, and you know what? We got that new map. We got that new map last night. Remember? I don't know. Joneson wasn't on here. I think you went to sleep.
Yeah, I
baby.
was passed out.
Yeah, we showed that new map. It's cool as fuck. Remember? And do you remember it last night, Ellie?
Yeah. Gray's
I'm
thing
gonna put
where
it on
he's
there
driving.
Oh,
Yes.
Gray's where he's driving? Yes,
No,
I did
no. It's another one. No, it's another one.
Oh, I did watch Gray's yesterday a little bit. And I did see where he was saying, okay, well, he went down here, turned around, there's a camera right here. He came back down this way. There's a camera here. So it showed kind of his path. But I don't know. I think he parked behind the house in the little parking lot area.
Yeah, because he did like the 3-point turn.
And now that you know, okay, look, you hear stalker, right? And you look into things, but you don't concentrate on them because it's not verified stalker, right?
Yeah.
Well, after you go through and look at the pictures of the girls outside on the little porchway from from Kaylee and Maddie's room, the pictures they would go out there and take, it really does bring into perspective how close that little parking lot is right there.
Yeah.
To their little balcony.
And maybe that's where he drove the next day and parked. Maybe that's where he always maybe parked.
Yeah.
You know?
What if it is? We don't know.
Yeah, it could be something like that because it's
But
like you could
definitely
maybe see
stalker.
up on the terrace from. I wonder if you could. You probably can because it's like on a hill, their house, and like the third floor is way up. So I'm sure that you could see that from a lot of vantage points around there.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just it makes you look at it differently now that you know the stalking was involved.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. And the fact that he went back the next day is just strange. You know,
You mean at 9 o'clock?
Yeah. to get the sheath, maybe, or just what an idiot. I mean, just
I mean, if he went back to get the sheath, what was stopping him? Why didn't he go in and get it?
because there was no cops. Maybe he saw like somebody walking in the neighborhood. You know, like there's a lot of dogs supposedly
Yeah.
walk around there. If he saw one person, that would have been enough for him not to do it.
Or he could be the psycho type that's like, he wants to see. He was
Yeah.
probably disappointed when he got there and didn't see cops everywhere.
Yeah.
It's a fucking crazy dude, man.
Well, what's crazy is people like who fucking talk
I
shit
think we
without.
lost Kim. Kim, are you back up here?
Sorry, I knew I was going to lose service. I did just email you though while I was able to. All that is a screenshot of the part where it shows her name next to it. You'd actually have to go to iCourt and type his name in to like physically be able to scroll and see the whole thing yourself, and the Idaho victims' right thing. So just want to look at that because it's interesting what it says who gets that versus I guess who doesn't. And then when you read that highlighted part, it just makes you wonder what else happened with Dylan.
Yes, I was gonna say I'll get in here and try to look at it real quick. I'm gonna have everybody mute and we're gonna play this real fast. It's only a couple of seconds, it's not very long, but I just want to say, you know, let me know if you guys what you hear, if you hear anything at all.
Sounds like a spirit box to me.
Yeah, I don't hear anything. I'll be right back.
It says, okay, Kim, it says device is not connected. So I'm not sure what's going on, but it won't let me pull you up here.
Did you see what Nenny said? She said no source. Like, I feel like I saw her mention it somewhere else about the no source, that this was like an experiment that somebody did.
So it's fake as hell, and it's a bunch of bullshit that shouldn't even be played or even brought into this. You know, it's ridiculous, and there's nothing in it that you can even hear. You know, it's a bunch of bullshit. Muddies the waters. You know, we don't need it.
Yeah. Crazy.
Okay, here's Kim. Let's get her back up here. What's up, babe?
That's weird because I could hear you saying it said device not connected, but it looked normal to me, so it was weird.
Yeah, and see, it says on my side, it'll just say device is not connected, and it won't let me bring you up here, but I can see that it's like that you're back here, but it just won't let me pull you up.
Well,
StreamYard is very odd sometimes.
Yeah, did you hear dogs barking though?
Yeah, but you know what?
Yelling?
I mean,
because I didn't.
Yeah, I think like you could tell that this is like they're adding things that, like the text to it to make it sound like what they're hearing, and that to me is like a sure sign of someone trying to like kind of manipulate people a little bit. And I think this whole thing is just basic. I can't hear anything. Like I can't understand how people are saying like this is the people who are in the house. I don't understand it. Maybe people got super hearing or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, is there anything else anyone has to say about it? Because I'm not sure.
Joseph Morris. Yeah.
Joseph Morris. That's all you need to say. Joseph Morris.
We've been Joseph Morris.
Yes, I was gonna say I'm getting some Joseph Morris vibes for sure. But anyhow, we'll go back over here because that's just ridiculous. So we wanted to hold on. Let me see here.
People are trying to do a voice comparison of like Brian speaking in court to T Rev's call.
Oh,
It does sound a
geez.
little. It does sound a little like him. I just hate to say that, just because like he'll play like the court. He'll play him in court, and then I just watched the video. I sent it to you, but they play him in court, and then they play him on like the call, and it does sound. I mean, but it's not. There's not enough, I think, of Brian speaking in court to really know. You know,
Right.
but
I was just gonna say I don't think he even spoke enough for them to know. Come on now.
yeah, he just said something about his public defender.
And I'm not buying that bullshit anyhow. It like with T Rev or with Dolly, because now Dolly's saying that somebody, you know, that he called in on it.
Gross.
Yeah, like he's trying to say that he, you know,
He called into his show too. Yeah.
yeah, he's saying, oh, I heard his voice and it sounds familiar. I think he called in on my show too.
It sounds familiar. Out of all the freaking people
Serious,
you
dude, you sound so ignorant saying that. Like,
Why do you? I think Heels wants us to play the video. Heels wants us to play as what kind of wounds being described. Wouldn't they be screaming and fighting back? Wouldn't you hear it? And this is from the. She wants to play like.
What call sounds like Brian? I don't know. This is here. Matter of fact, I'll go
sent
find
it to
his
you.
where he said it at real
Yeah.
quick. Hold on.
I think Heels wants us to play.
It was on the live from today.
I think Heels wants us to play a Casey Litt TikToker, which describes like why you wouldn't scream if you were stabbed or something like that in the Idaho thing.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
And I put in the back chat. It's like
I
right
was
under
saying,
there.
did she say, can you have her email or will you email? You got it already, or does it say if not, email it to me, Heels, and I'll pop it right up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just asking Heels. Is this the one where he just describes like why you wouldn't scream when you're like that video, Heels? If you can just answer.
Yeah, she said, okay. Dolly is just saying that for views. He knows better. Yeah, he does, girl. He knows better. He knows damn the fuck well. Yeah, Brian did not call into his show, just like Betty knows damn the fuck well. She did not see the killer that day.
I mean, Elvis did
ass fucking tab. I'm sick of these people with their bullshit.
Elvis did call to our show, the show here, and they also called. I think also Kennedy called. Kennedy called here as well. You know, maybe Jimmy Hoffa.
The only people that call Dolly are 70-year-old women and 3 Dot Dave. So let's be real.
Right.
And he's mean as fuck to 3 Dot Dave.
Oh my God, he really is. He like kicks him.
He gets shitty as hell with 3 Dot Dave. I seen he somebody sent me a screenshot where he modded Paperclip. I fucking cracked up. I said, oh shit, he's trying to make her hate us.
Oh man. Motherfucker.
Shady of the Chronicles of the City Shed. Tupac's calling next. We'll get that recorded, guys.
Right. Chronicles of the Shady here. Yep. See? Yes. They think just so Betty thinks she ran into him, that she ran into the killer. She thinks she, had a date with her, ran into him, was by him, whatever the fuck she thinks. And T Rev, said that he thinks, somebody else pointed out that they thought Brian called into his show, and then oh my God, it was spread throughout all the Facebook groups that supposedly
Everywhere.
Brian called his show, but he didn't say it. Supposedly he didn't. He's not the one that said it. Just ask him; he'll tell you. But the Discord screenshots that were leaked looked a little different than that. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh shit! A man in the inside. I'm joking. Discord's the
Swear
devil.
to God, I hate humans.
Well, I don't hate
Stupid.
Now supposedly T-Rev done got a call that sounded like him. Now Dolly done got a call that sounded like him, and Betty ran into him. Just ask them; they'll fucking tell you.
Well, why
Track
the hell
him.
didn't he off them too then?
Well, I don't know, but why didn't they get any kind of footage of this? Why is it recorded, and why isn't any of it real? Why the fuck would they lie like that and make themselves stupid?
I disavow what Joneson says. I disavow that. So I'll just say that now.
Come on now. They can't be fucking serious.
Sure they are.
She's got a video that really seriously says, "Did I see the killer?"
Yeah.
Bitch, what?
I don't know. Did you?
I mean, she
Did
could
you,
have been looking at.
bitch?
She could have been looking into a mirror. She could have been looking into a mirror, maybe.
Oh, disembowel.
Right. We need our fuck tragedy pimps, and we need just ask them. They'll tell you. That's gonna be our new merch. Yep. Fuck around and find out. We got us a couple. Look, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna fucking get a press, and so I'm about to figure out how much a fucking press is. Like I think they're like $300-400. So I'm gonna get one of those, and I'm gonna start making us merch. I'm gonna send my mites all QueenBee Hive Gang or whatever the fuck we got to figure out.
I'm not wearing. I'm going to tell you now. I'm not going to wear that merch. But anyway, because I'm not no game.
Beat Tim.
Nanny C says, "Beat Tim. Please ask Queen to check Messenger." That's Nanny.
Okay,
C.
all right, I'll go check it. Well, we have to find you something. We'll have to figure something out.
I'm not part of any gang. I'm telling you now.
No gangs for Beat.
No, we won't be having that on any of them for real. So
maybe a coffee mug.
That's what Dolly.
There you go.
That's what Dolly says about us. That's we're a trap house over here. That's what Dolly says. That's his his dig. Yeah, that's his dig. That's his dig at us, at me.
Also, Heel says she sent you an email as well.
I know. I'm gonna go check it. I think that's the video. Okay, I'm gonna go. We'll play it.
Not my message though. Kate's message. I don't know. Maybe it's Kate looking for.
Kate was. I saw Kate. Check for her to check DM.
Yeah, I'm just having my lunch, kind of having vegan
lunchtime.
Yeah, I ordered like a vegan kafta, which is like a Greek type of vegan food.
Greek. Wow, Greek vegan food. That's
but
it's all vegan, no meat at all. The whole place is vegan. Okay.
Yeah. I just ordered that. So
that sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Italy D, who is Italy D? I love meat. Yeah, a lot of people like meat. That's why there's the meat market, I guess. Let me see. They are short. 3 of them is Icamels played these last night, Queen, so it's probably okay. Okay, cool. Queen's looking at that. I just don't understand why people actually don't have like even the common sense. They're like, just think to themselves, maybe accusing a victim of a crime or like kind of attacking them is a bad idea. I mean, like that's what happens when you surround yourself with a bunch of yes men, because no one tells you, wow, this is a really bad take, bro. You probably shouldn't take that. And that happens a lot with people. They surround themselves with sycophants and yes men, and they don't have someone say, yeah, this is not a good idea to say. This is really bad idea.
Yeah.
You're going to
it
sound
becomes like group think, and then one kind of thought process. Like, okay, because even like the way that Betty like did a 180, because she was defending Dylan, and then she saw like, oh wow, I have like the right to do this because other people are doing it, and it's going to let me like prolong talking about certain things, So I think that's.
And she thought no one came up when she said this. No one came up to her and says, "Yeah, this is a really bad take, Betty." and then now she's realizing, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have said, cursing, basically saying that, people died because of this woman. Maybe they would have been dead anyway.
I'm sure it takes like like not long until you lose
quick.
consciousness when you're like stabbed in like one of those extreme areas, like you right away you lose consciousness. So by the time they got there, I don't think
Dolly Heel says Dolly has been protecting an RSO for years, so he needs to shut the fuck up.
Right? Yeah. Not allowed to comment.
Excuse me.
Right?
Yeah, the guy is full of shit. I mean, you're like literally protecting a guy who.
Oh, this guy is great. I saw this TikTok video.
Over the finding that.
So, okay, Heel sent me these, and there's 3 of them.
They're really good. I found these somehow too. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play them. I'm gonna try to turn the volume up a little bit. I don't know. It's not very loud for me. Maybe it is for you guys, but it's just not very loud for me. But I'm gonna try to play it now. Hold on.
One of the roommates saw the attacker leave the building, but the 911 call didn't come in until noon. So why the delay? This is really easy to explain. It's very simple. I see a lot of other creators have already talked about it. What we have to do, though, is take our hindsight bias and put it on the back burner here. We know what happened and how brutal it was. Our knowledge of the outcome is tainting our judgment of what that roommate should have perceived or how she should have reacted or what she should have done. There was no reason for her to believe a quadruple murder was going on in her house. We know it was a party house. People who lived there before said it was very creaky and noisy. You're going to tune out a lot of noises or disregard a lot of noises. And your first interpretation is not going to be something horrible going on when you hear things. Now, people asked, why didn't Kaylee's dog bark? Turned out from this, the dog was barking, but the dog was in Kaylee's room. Kaylee was not. She was in Maddie's room. Now, I said earlier, I mentioned Maddie's room being the last attacked. That's not correct. Maddie's room was likely the first attacked. The roommate was awoken to the sound of Kaylee's dog barking. Dog was probably barking in response to the initial attack, which the roommate probably slept through most of. The roommate just felt it was Kaylee playing with her dog upstairs. Rather common sound. She didn't know Kaylee wasn't in her room with the dog. She thought she heard Kaylee say, "There's someone here." The affidavit says that was likely Zaina saying that. She then thought she heard crying coming from Zaina's room. She actually opened her door a couple times to listen. She thought she heard a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Nothing so far is indicating some triple or quadruple murder going on. The last time she opened her door, she was startled because there was a dark-clad person with a mask covering their nose and mouth walking by. She didn't expect to see anyone. She said she stood there in a frozen shock phase. We think it's because she saw a murderer. There was no reason for her to think that at that point. As far as she knew, her roommates were all still up and awake, and this was just some creepy guest they had invited over that she didn't know, that startled her, kind of scared her. So she decided to lock her door and probably go right back to sleep. No reason for her to interpret that anything was going on. Beating up the roommates over this repeatedly is horrid because they are likely beating themselves up, second guessing what they should have done, thinking they could have changed the outcome somehow, and nothing they could have done would have changed the outcome other than just add themselves to the fatality list here. This roommate's choice of staying in the room instead of going out is why she was around to be a witness. Back to the affidavit, because again, as predicted, people are lighting up over the finding that one of the roommates saw the attacker leave the building, but the 911 call didn't come in until noon. So why the delay? This is really easy to explain. It's very simple. I see a lot of other.
Okay, I didn't realize it was replaying again. But anyhow, there's a couple of these.
Yeah, he's really good. The whole hindsight bias. That's like a good.
Wow, it's not like we've been saying that, and
right?
It totally makes sense. But of course, she's part. Actually, guys, she's actually part of the murder, and she really was just hiding in that room, and it's this grand conspiracy, and that's what they want to believe. It's like, okay, guys.
Yeah.
Or she was like, oh, my friends are getting murdered, and I could be murdered, so let me just go back to sleep. Like, okay.
Hindsight bias. It's such a crazy, it's like they don't understand that's a thing. That after something occurs and the details, you can't go back and rewrite how you acted because you had like in your wildest dreams, you would never think that was going to happen.
Absolutely. And there's no way she knew any of that shit was going to go down at all.
Your mind doesn't go there. It protects itself.
To say, oh, well, you don't know how to call 911. Yes, bitch, she sure the fuck does. She fucking fainted and couldn't call 911 when she figured out what the fuck happened.
Yeah. Gosh.
To fucking blame her. That's a bitch move. To sit there and talk shit about her like that. You don't know how to call 911. Yeah, bitch, she fucking does. Had she known that's what happened, she would have fucking called right then and there. She had no idea.
And see, that comes from people thinking or being angry because in their minds they're thinking, okay, well, if she's seen this dude walking by, why wouldn't she call 911? Why would she just shut her door, lock it, and go to sleep?
So any guy that her friend brings home from the fucking bar, and she knows her and her friend went to the bar. The other two girls went to the bar. Ethan and Xana went to the fucking Sigma Chi house, which was a party house. Or like roommates went to the same Sigma Chi party. So they were all partying. So what? Their roommate brings somebody home. Have you ever seen Jersey Shore House? Because it's kind of like that.
Oh, hell, yeah.
They just bring, why would you just call the cops on any guy that walks the fuck by? Like,
yeah, because that's exactly what they're thinking. They're thinking
everybody that leaves your house or that you see in your house at 3 o'clock in the morning leaving. I mean, roommates do bring people home from the bar, and they do have,
and they're thinking. Go ahead, B Tim.
And this is kind of a normal routine with them. Like they're partying, they're ordering DoorDash. I mean, like this is a normal routine. So like
more girls.
Yeah, I mean, a person walking in their hallway is not like, oh my god, this guy's a killer. It's like no.
5 girls. Sorry, excuse me. 5 girls.
Yeah, and they say, well, what about her being frozen in fear? That is a statement she gave after she found out what happened. She might not have been frozen in fear in the moment.
There's more.
She might have just been like, oh, okay, whatever. But then after she gave her statement, after seeing everything that happened, she's going to say, I stood in fear. And people are attacking her.
Even if she didn't fuck, she stood in fear. Look how big his ass is and look how small, like, look how she, you know what I'm saying? He's fucking, like, huge compared to her.
From what I'm gathering, everybody that is going after Dylan are mad because they feel like if she would have called 911 right then somebody could have possibly been saved. From what I'm gathering. And
from my understanding, the wounds that they had, there was no way.
There was, right, but I don't know.
No, they would have.
It's an unfortunate situation.
No.
Shit just happens, and
I'm sure no one can be harder on her than herself because I'm sure she said that herself, been scared. She could have locked the door and laid back down. She could have laid in there and cried. She could have, you know what I'm saying? She could have freaked out. She could have panicked. I mean, fuck, she could have, laid there and thought, what if, okay, so, DoorDash was just here. The girl said, oh, somebody's here. Well, yeah, DoorDash was just there. You know what I'm saying? Somebody was beating on the fucking door for DoorDash at 4 o'clock in the morning. Right. So yeah, the girls were like, yeah, somebody's here. The dog was barking. Okay, yeah, the dog was barking. Yeah, usually dogs bark when somebody comes to the door or they hear somebody,
Queen, stop with this logic and reasoning. What the hell is wrong with you? We need to speculate. We need to just say this person is part of this grand conspiracy. Maybe the cops were in on it. We could call it the Idaho way. We can make a rap song about it. I mean, let's go. I mean, we can't do anything like this. It's not interesting to talk about logic and facts. Fuck that.
Yes. And that's how we got our Beehive gang name right there.
Yep.
Idaho way.
That's how we got it because we.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Oh jeez. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Jeez, you know what? I don't even know why I'm talking about common sense and anything like this. You know, I don't even know. I know none of this could have even been happening at all.
Well, I think it's an unfortunate situation. She didn't call the cops right away. I don't think they could have been saved. I think he knew what he went in to do, and he did it. And
well, and he's studied criminology. I mean, he knew exactly where to hit. Like he knew. And another thing too is people want to. I think the girls had just like laid down and fallen asleep. I think the house was dark, you know. But I mean, obviously, he knows. Look how easy it was for all of us to get the layout of the house. Look how easy it was for Gray to make a model of the house. I mean, you don't think he's smart enough to look up the house and look how it is? You know what I mean? And
that will be in his search history.
If he's been stalking them, yeah. If he's been stalking them, I mean, even standing in the backyard looking through the windows and shit, you know, like.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what they got from his house.
Oh my gosh, it's weird that they sealed
I
that.
want to know what they come out with.
Yeah. It might be at like the preliminary. They might release more because there's like at the preliminary. I think there's like you can bring witnesses even.
Yeah, and also I like to add another thing is that COVID masks, like the whole mask thing, has been normalized.
It has, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like someone comes to your house with a mask, it's not a big deal if they're wearing a COVID mask.
Yeah, everybody's thinking that he was wearing a ski mask that had his eye part open and his mouth and nose covered. No,
Yeah, no.
he
It
was
seemed like a
probably
COVID
wearing
mask.
a COVID mask, a black one.
And she could have thought he was a DoorDash guy. I don't know. You never know. You know,
He could have been anybody.
Yeah, especially when we saw that body cam from those noise complaints, like how crazy those parties were. Even though it wasn't a party night, they're like prepared for that. You live in a house like that, you prepared for that, you know? So like you never know what was going on.
I have lived in a party house, and I can tell you it would not shock me at all if I would have seen somebody walk by in a mask.
Well, if you saw someone walking by in your house, we already know what you. Yeah, we already know. I mean, it would be a little different for you, Jones, and we already know what you do with someone knocks on your door. Everyone gets guns, basically.
Yeah, but back then I didn't do that. Back then it was just a bunch of us young ones living in one house. I think it was like 5 or 6 of us. Yeah, we partied every single night.
Yes, that's like and you know what? Like that's the time of their lives. It's college. Like they're going to school. They're doing everything they're supposed to be doing. She had just got a car. They were, you know what I'm saying? Like this is like having the time of their fucking lives. They were doing things that they, you know, like she said. Okay, so like this is how I imagined it. Like I imagined it that she came over and she was like, "Hey, you know, I got this. I got a car. Come, let's check it out." You know what I mean? And they went and probably rode a bit in it and you know chit chatted or whatever, talked to their friends, took some Snapchat pictures or some pictures of the on the Be Real app if that's what they used, whatever, you know, hung out. Oh, let's go. Oh, there's a party, let's go to the bar, let's do you know what I'm saying, what's popping tonight or what's going on, you know, like they have in the sororities and they have like the big sis, little sis, and all that kind of shit going on. So a lot of them, you know, meet up at the corner bar or, you know, like they'll meet up. Some of that's like their spot to go. So
I watched a psychic last night and y'all would not believe what the kind of shit she was saying. I should do a clip video of her.
See, we've seen psychics talk some shit and I just cannot with some of them. Some of them are just off the chain.
I think I see the future for that psychic. I'm thinking, I'm seeing it now. I'm seeing cease and desist papers.
No, she has a lot of followers, man, and a lot of people commenting on her shit, telling her thank you for doing these readings and shit. And it's just like, what? Some of the shit she says is so off the wall. Like I want to clip her, but I don't want to put that in my clip, what she says. So
all I gotta say is Dolly and Joneson.
Oh,
how much wood
what's up?
could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
2 2x4s.
Right, you got it.
1 wood, and it's probably packed full of sweet.
Or 3 kilos under the bed. You are a Momo Dolly Shadow.
The Dolly way.
Yeah, don't worry. And also, Chronicles of the Shady says Tupac can sing the song "The Idaho Way." We can use a spirit box, and we can make him sing through the spirit box. Maybe some tarot cards as well, and we just do the Idaho Way song with Tupac's ghosts.
The
Does
T-Rev.
anybody in chat know the psychic?
Which one? There's a couple of them. One of them's Donna Serafina. That she does everything.
Her.
Yeah, she. Now see, I like her as a I like her, but I don't think that she's very accurate with what she says. She goes off like the media and certain things that are said and kind of puts her own spin on things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
it was her that said the stuff. She said that he took a body part. He went out in a desert somewhere and buried.
Oh wow!
Because Idaho. Wait a minute.
And a jar of blood.
Oh gosh!
Fuck! Why?
Yeah.
He didn't have time to do that.
To get off to it, Queen, is what she said. He goes back and gets the blood out of that jar and gets off to it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my!
She says that.
Is how much crack cocaine has this woman smoked before she does the remix?
And she doesn't say gets off. Let's go ahead and put that out there.
That sounds so funny coming out of your mouth, Tim.
I mean, like, this is some, like, I don't know what she's on.
Tim, I was not ready. I was not ready.
Like, oh my God. Like, I don't even think crackheads would probably think of that. Like, that would be an insult to them. Like, that would be an insult to them. They would be like, what the fuck are you comparing us to this crazy lady?
I mean, I went to a medium once after my mother passed, and she got everything wrong. Literally everything wrong. She got her hair color wrong, okay? My mother had dark brown hair.
I think there are legit mediums, but I think there's a lot of bullshitters out there. And that's what I'm saying, Queen. I followed her because I liked a few of her videos, but then I seen that one and I was like, oof. Like, I don't think I need to follow her anymore.
Yeah, she was saying she was the blood. Okay, I know exactly what you got that said. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just, I feel like that's as bad as like Annie coming out and saying that, you know, from the detectives or from the FBI's sister that she heard.
Oh, for sure. It is just as bad, if not worse. Damn it. I mean,
because she has a huge platform and people are more likely to see, you know, her that video, and it was really graphic. I couldn't even listen to it.
Guys, I have an anonymous source from my phone that tells me that P. Diddy is coming back for a show.
P. Diddy's still alive.
Yeah, you're talking about Tupac.
Tupac, my bad.
Oh my God.
Person.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap, guys.
I mean, like she literally pulled out her phone and she says, I got information from this person who got information from her friend's husband, whatever. And this is legitimate source information, guys. And she's just reading from her phone. It's like, do you think that might not be a good idea to like actually publish, since it's like literally a rumor at this point? Or am I like off? Like, that's like, you're literally reading a rumor.
It was a rumor because that couldn't have been released, and nobody's going to give away that kind of information, you know?
Hell no.
Yeah, because there was a rumor that he hung their intestines by a ceiling fan.
Yeah,
it's almost like she sees that and then turns it into her own thing.
And Ethan's leg was cut. Remember that?
It's basically like a coloring book. You know what I mean? She's going in between the lines type thing.
Yeah, and Ethan's legs could have been cut, but the thing is, we don't know. And the parents don't need to be hearing that shit. They're the ones that already know if it happened or not.
Yeah, and honestly, people that watch these like psychics, like, come on, people.
Tim, I was interested. I was trying to do research.
It was for research.
It was. I was trying to see if she was anywhere close, and she wasn't.
I mean, if she was really a psychic, she'd probably look for the lottery numbers, to be honest with you. She'd be like, okay, lottery numbers, where to buy them.
That's not how it works.
I'm joking.
Everybody hit that like button in here, by the way. Smash that some BS.
I think I already did.
I got curious. Yeah, I'm sure you just wanted to watch to see if she was right, then clip her. But you're like, damn, this might be bad for me to even clip. This is worse than Dolly.
Yeah. I want to clip it and I want to put it out there, but I'd have to bleep what she says because I would, you know what I'm saying? And what's the point in
Yeah, you don't want
bleeping
to
it?
spread that shit.
What's the point in putting it on if I got to bleep it? So I'm not even going to clip it. I am, however, going to go get Perplexed, Bullhorn, and Dolly.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I mean, she's probably going to delete that video soon. Probably, if
Oh God,
Perplex is smart.
let me go
I mean,
download it.
like
Which one is it, B10?
I put it in the back chat with the timestamp actually in the
Well,
back
that
chat.
was way earlier. I don't think I was on.
Jeez Louise, you got to make me
I think
do a little
2
work.
days ago.
I better.
You
I
said.
mean,
he wants a percentage now.
Yeah. I mean, I better get a credit for this because I'm literally finding you the clip and telling you the timestamp. Jeez Louise.
I will give you credit.
Yeah. And you're going to be like, F you, B-Tip. Yeah, I posted it again and just go to 25:45.
Hold on. Is that the Laura one?
Yeah, that's the Laura one.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Bullhorn. Oh, shit. Okay. You think
No,
Laura's going to delete it?
Yeah, I would have.
I think she's going to. She literally said that if she was one of the parents, she would beat the shit out of Dylan. Or beat up Dylan.
I'm going to download it.
That's like pretty. That's even probably worse than Betty, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I haven't heard anybody say something like that.
All right, I'm downloading it.
I mean, not beat the shit, but you beat up or something. I don't want to put words in her mouth.
Regardless, why would she be?
Yeah, I know. That's
and now Zav's doing a live about the audio called on the Ring camera.
I mean, you know what her live's going to be like. She's going to be, what do you guys think?
Yeah, what do you guys think? And then she puts her head to the side. What do you guys think?
What do you guys think?
I don't know.
Let's slow down the audio and let's listen to it closely. Do you think that's the dog? Do you think that's the dog? I don't know.
She doesn't go live anymore. I haven't seen her go live in so long.
I don't really. I mean, like, listen.
I'm not sub to her. So
and JLR has done a body cam footage of Kaylee's ex, Jack D, from an old traffic incident.
I was like, I can't even watch this. I can't. I know.
He did a what, Joneson?
Hold on. He requested the body cam footage of a car. I don't know, like what's it say? Hold on. Shit.
Would he get pulled over or something like that?
Of a traffic accident.
A traffic stop for Jack, and there's body cam.
What's the point of that?
And he was asking his peeps if like he should release it or not.
Yeah, and I've seen a few of the comments were saying, leave these people alone. Like, what are you doing?
Well, you know, he's got to get content. He's got to do 4 videos a day, guys. He's got to make sure he's got 4 videos.
He's down from like 10.
Oh, he's down? Oh, no. Oh, no. Poor JLR. Holy shit. I guess he has to look for a case to continuously post 4 or 5 videos a day.
Yeah, I think he's.
Did y'all watch the video of the footage? The Ring footage?
No.
Y'all didn't do that?
Nope, I have not seen that.
We listened to it. The audio? We listened.
Yeah, we listened. I didn't see it though.
Yeah.
The listen. It's a listen. Yeah. Okay. I fell off panel because my hubby called, so I didn't know if y'all played it. What'd y'all think about it?
I think it's full of shit. I can't hear anything in the
Agreed.
I literally did not hear anything. I don't know if I missed maybe a couple seconds of it, but
there's
I didn't.
Nothing to it. It sounds spirit boxy a little, you know.
It kind of does, yeah.
I mean, that's an insult to spirit boxes. At least I could hear some words from the spirit box. I could be like, I couldn't hear anything from it. Like even like when they said dog barking, I'm like, okay, but if I didn't read you saying dog barking, I wouldn't know that was a dog barking. I would just feel like that's a loud noise.
I saw somebody chat say get up twice. They say get up twice, and I went back 4 times and listened. I didn't hear that once.
Yeah, I mean it's just a classic example of people trying to make sense of a senseless audio that's like almost impossible to listen to. And like you don't even know, like they says, well, the audio's enhanced. Well, how do you know it's been enhanced properly? Where it's not like, you know what I mean? Like
the right way. Yeah, and not stuff put into it, added.
Yeah.
When people say leaked, you know, that's like leaked from where, you know, and that it's on TikTok. It just has, it's back to Joseph Morris, you know?
Yeah. B-Tam, what do you think about Papa Rogers?
Oh.
I heard Ellie talking about like him, but I didn't really go into that Facebook thing or whatever.
Jones found like a really big mistake that he made though.
I mean, like honestly, I
Yeah,
just
the body placements. Yeah, that's what
honestly,
makes me think it's a troll or something because the body
yeah.
placements didn't match.
I don't believe any of these Facebook posts because you see them all the time. They're just posting and shit up, you know, and they just want to be famous.
But the 15 minutes, he said that it took about 15 minutes.
Oh, I
That's the
know.
weird one.
And
That
the
one's
sheet.
weird. And the sheet. I mean, those are two things that, I mean, anybody could guess, but I don't know.
Well, I would not guess a sheath.
Never. But because there's a knife, people that know
Okay,
knives
so
know
this
sheath.
is the first part of the call. So this is the first part. We didn't see this yet. So this is the first part of the ring cam. We're gonna listen to this real quick, and then we'll put the second part on. Okay?
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna close my eyes and like try to listen to it without looking at the screen. Actually,
Lean back, close your eyes.
I don't want to see what they might post. I want to just hear it. Okay. Yeah, no, that scream is way too close to the camera.
Yeah, that sounds so fucking fake.
That is not the affidavit video.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
This is sick that people are making this shit up.
Yeah,
I think
people were
shared last night. This is what we
Oh,
I
yeah.
shared this last night. I'll share it again today.
This is really
but I have
Oh, this is when my internet
entire
went
video.
down. Yes, we were watching this. My internet went down.
Yes, we will go through it again. Yeah, it was very, very cool.
I didn't get to watch the rest of it. Perfect. Montana Jade said, "Why is there no video? Everyone said it's audio from a camera."
A bitch's audio from a camera. Right? There's no
Supposedly.
video.
Yeah, I suppose exactly. Yeah, supposedly.
This is a video
And I
they
think
got
the
up
people
here and put on their, you know, put this in
This
their
one when you
TikTok.
touch the walls and parts of the affidavit come up, right? This one we
Yeah.
looked at yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, this is the one we went over last night. We'll go over it again. Yeah.
My internet cut down right in the middle of this. Somebody in the chat said they heard Xana, the dog barking, and a male screaming.
I don't know. You could hear anything. I think.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I mean, like that's the thing. It's like these videos, you don't know their sources. They could be made up. They could be someone who just created the audio to make it sound like it's like that. And it's like I don't really trust it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I think the person who gave the cops that video wouldn't want to sacrifice the investigation and just release it to the public. I mean, we don't know those people, but chances are, if that's the video, if they're saying that's the audio from the affidavit, like why leak it? That's just
Yeah, Mrs. Italy said, sadly, it hasn't always been like that, but I had to walk away. I think she's talking about Betty or somebody. Hey, what you learn, you live and you learn type thing. Yeah, Mike, you're right. Cops would have that on the gag order, but it was secret release supposedly. So whose page is this? Oh, this is what's
There might not be any video associated with that audio. I mean, there could be, but it could just be facing like, you know, a wall or a tree or whatever. I don't know.
yeah.
It's hard to tell.
Oh, I got you, Miss Italy.
Okay, she says this is part 2 with enhanced audio. So we're gonna try to see if we can hear anything better this way. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna see if we can hear it. Hear what they're saying.
Oh, BHB said there's video to it. That's what Heels just said. That there is video that goes along with this. But
I
that's
don't believe her.
Bullhorn. I'll look into it.
Will you email me the link, Heels, so I can pop it up?
I think she's just saying BHB said there was audio.
Oh, she said there was. Okay. So she just said that there is like no proof that we've
Said
seen
there was
so
video
far.
to this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll go look and see if there's anything. That's fine.
More bullshit.
Okay, I'm going to give a trigger warning and earbuds. Be very cautious because it can get very loud with earbuds.
Was that all of it?
I mean, it's a 3-minute video. It's still going.
Oh, I
It's
didn't.
still
Okay.
Okay, that's that.
I honestly hear people having a conversation, like I heard like almost like a conversation going on with girls. It seems like it was like a
Yeah, I don't hear
party.
like this whole thing they're talking about, like this is some sort of like recording of the murders or something. I think it's full of shit. I don't believe it.
Yeah, this is her. That's her question from whatever. That's her. It's basically the where she tried to get the noise out. Here's her number one or whatever, and then here's a couple of her replies to this camera leak.
Yeah, I think it's just
and she's saying, yeah, that the neighbor leaked his camera view, and this is what was on it.
Yeah, okay.
And it just sounds like it's a bunch of bullshit, or it sounds like it's someone's Ring camera that you can't hardly even understand what's going on, and they just
Is this the flamethrower? Is this the flame dancing neighbor?
Oh,
I'm not even sure what neighbor it is. Which neighbor is it?
Enosh or something. Enosh, that guy that was like remember he was like a fire dancer, like throwing.
So
fires.
the guy who literally created a YouTube channel where he chopped food in it only, and it was weird, and he started dancing with. So I'm gonna believe his evidence. Okay, guys, I'm not. Sorry. No. It's
try to get his 15 minutes a little like with all for like a minute when people were like, and then people started to think he was involved because remember he was part of the Joseph Morris thing.
Yes, and also I remember when he created his YouTube channel, he literally had a short where he chopped up vegetables with a butcher knife, and that was it. He didn't even like make a dish of food; he just chopped up, and that was like a new video.
That was like his first
The
one.
wording on that one is exactly what BHB said. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if that's an insult or what. No, sound like BHB. Oh no.
It seems like multiple audios put together. That's what that sounded like to me.
I can't find any like video. I looked all over like Twitter and stuff just now, and
yeah,
video from TikTok. Yeah,
who want to share it. You know, they really don't want to share it and keep pushing bullshit out there. You know.
Yeah, I mean, like honestly, like this is the problem. Like people just go to Facebook and all these social media things, and they think they're gonna find this
golden nugget,
smoking gun, and they're not gonna find them. Sorry, you're just not. This guy was very like socially inadequate. He was basically like some people are saying he was like an incel, and it's like, okay, well, do you think he's gonna be like going on social media and be like, you know, talkative too much? Maybe on Reddit if he's secretly, but even then, how would you know that was him or not just something made up by like 20 people?
Yeah.
I mean, and not for nothing, if the neighbor did leak it, wouldn't FBI be all over them right now?
Yeah. And if it's the same neighbor that literally made it a YouTube channel, I don't 100% don't believe it.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, Joy Catcher. That's sliced. Yep. It's exactly sliced together is what I think it was.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just some guy like literally fabricating this video and just making it sound like what you want to sound.
Like doing a test, like people said, like if they could pick it, what would pick up at 50 feet from their camera. They went outside and yells and stuff.
Well, the screen sounds like it's in the house. So
yeah, but I mean, like, why are we not picking up? If this is his doorbell thing, why are we not picking up anything from inside his house? Why are we only picking up things from outside his house? I mean, like,
well, supposedly the beginning of the video with the woman laughing is inside his house.
Oh,
that's what I heard.
Wow.
I did people laughing.
Okay, well, that's a little more interesting. I mean,
Wow,
but they were up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I guess.
I mean, they're partying in front of the door, laughing. I mean, obviously, that's exactly what I do at 4 in every day. You know, I just stand in front of my door and start giggling and laughing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why not?
You know, I know Joneson does that.
You're damn right I do.
She probably has an edible and starts just giggling.
I'm bored at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. I would hope the neighbor wouldn't leak this, though, right? I don't know.
I think if he had, FBI would be all over it and it wouldn't even be out right now.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Wow. I mean, like, and it's amazing that there's like so many people that actually fucking like say, well, this is it. This shows the audio of the murder. Because
And it's like,
it plays into the narrative that, well, how could this girl have been in her room and not known that there was something bad going on if this audio came out?
right. And people want things to be juicier than they are in the moment,
Yes,
have
yes.
more substance than they have in the moment. And the fact is, we don't need the speculations making it juicier or bringing more substance, because I guarantee that's what's going to happen. We're going to get that when the trial comes. Like,
Yeah.
this is going to be fucked up enough. We don't need added bullshit.
Yeah, the affidavit was like what they said, like a skeleton of what's really in the whole thing.
Shit. Yeah, like
yeah, a summary in a
less
way.
than an eighth of what
And
they
but this
know.
is
Oh, wow.
before they even arrested him. What about like what they got from his apartment, like his search
Right.
engine, like his,
Oh.
you know, anything on his computer? They took like a big tower out when they
Right.
left his Pullman apartment, and they also had a search warrant on his office because he was a TA, so he had an office at the university, and he might have done searches on there because it wouldn't make. He thought maybe, oh, they won't trace me back, because he was stupid. So maybe he did his searches at the university, possibly. So they
I think
probably
it's
got
gonna come back that he was. I don't think he was necessarily stalking. I don't know. It's weird. I think he was.
It could go either way, It's hard to
I
tell.
think he was stalking the house and the girls within it, of course, right? But did he stalk them to the point where he knew who each girl was? We don't know. We won't know that until they release what was on his computer.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to just know who they are by watching them. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be interesting to find out if he knew who each one of the girls were.
If he Googled any of their names.
And also his phone, like they're gonna be able to check his phone to see if he's ever drove by there prior to that. You know what I mean?
Oh, they did. He's been by there 12 times.
Yeah. Since like June, or he moved
June,
or
yeah.
August. Yeah.
Yeah. He was, at least he's pinged there at a minimum, they said, of 12 times, and all 12 times except for one. So 11 of the times were late night, early morning, like when he committed the crime.
Wow.
And one of the times was out of that time frame.
He could have been trying that sliding glass door. I hate to say it, because somebody tried to break into my sliding glass door one night, but didn't make it in. And because I had one of those bars,
Right.
and I've always been freaked out by sliding glass doors since that, because they're really easy to break into.
Yeah.
And he could have just went and tried it. And, with a dog, it's so easy to forget to put either the bar in, or if it does have a lock, to lock it. You just forget, especially with a dog. You know what I mean? Like,
if that's the case 12 times in June, like there's a very good possibility that he was trying to do this before, you know what I mean?
Well, that's what B10 was saying, that this time he finally just got up the courage. He probably went out there looking to do it several times, but it was just this time he finally did.
Yeah, whether there was too many people there or some, you know what I mean, or some people going in and out, and he's like, okay, it's not the right, something like, you know what I mean, or like you're telling got the courage, or both. Who knows? That's really creepy.
And the fact that if he watched the house, then he knew that they partied mostly on Thursday, not as much on Saturday at the house. So is that why he chose Saturday? Because he knew they didn't party at the house much on Saturday.
Yeah, and
it's weird that Papa Rogers knew that.
Right,
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Queen, you got a super chat, by the way.
Super chat.
Thank you, love. Thank you, love. I don't even know who it was.
My God.
It was from Jen.
Jen, yeah.
Thank you, Jen.
Says, hey, QueenBee mods and Hive, happy Saturday.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle.
It's
good talking to you guys. You have a good one.
It was good hanging out with you.
Fun. Bye,
Bye.
Bobby TM.
Love you.
So he beat him, drop this in the back chat.
Oh hell.
And let's see, he said 25-45 to 25. So I'm guessing, let's see.
It's Laura, isn't it? Yeah. Is it Laura?
Yeah, I think this is the Laura when she's talking smack.
Is she talking about the families or what? What is she talking about?
Dylan.
Yeah. When she said if I was, yeah. I don't know if she put it.
Yeah, it's okay. All right. Well, hold on. We'll play. I'll just play a little piece of it then.
Been saved. Maybe they didn't have to die. If I was any one of their families, I would personally beat the fuck out of Dylan. That's just me.
Oh
I
my
would
God,
beat
it's
her
worse
up.
than I thought.
Girl, I'm coming for you.
Yeah, because what the fuck is wrong with you? Why the fuck would you beat the fuck out of Dylan? What the
Because
fuck?
it goes back to everybody thinking, well, if Dylan would have called 911, the roommates could have survived, or maybe some of them could have survived. Not
Yeah.
How is
according
Dylan
to
become the focus and not BK? I
Bitch,
don't
you
get
wrong as fuck for that.
she is.
It's yeah.
Because
I mean, because the coroner said it was lethal stab wounds, so they wouldn't have lived.
So what? She's just supposed to go out there and fuck with him and then call 911 right away because the guy walked by the doorway?
Yep.
I mean, what the
possibly
fuck?
get killed herself. You know what I mean? Let's be real. If she would have went up there at a certain time, there's a very good possibility that there would have been, 5 deaths.
Yeah.
I think it was interesting what that.
If she comes over here, I'm letting her on panel because I want to know what the fuck.
Yeah, I would love to know. And I think it was interesting what that other panel guest was saying, the one that sent you the email of
Kim.
Yeah, was it Kim that said something about the Bethany wasn't mentioned in the protective order, but Dylan was? That's interesting.
Yeah, that was really yeah.
Matter of fact, yeah, I'll go grab that next after we deal with this. We'll go
good.
grab
I want to see that.
I still have heels. I still have a video up to play from her stuff too. So,
Oh, let's get it. I'm
So-
cleaning while I'm listening.
okay, perfect. Well, there we go. So I have a couple of them back here that I love y'all sending me, keeping me updated. They send me emails and it keeps me updated. All the shit they send me, I just love it. Like they send me everything and it keeps me updated with all of it.
Yeah,
Ellie does
I
too.
post
She
some
keeps
stuff
me
too,
updated
but
too. She definitely keeps me updated too. So
you probably have a
Jones,
flood of emails, right?
but you know what though? We'd be talking about all kinds of stuff though. I just like this case. I'm serious. Like it really, it's done a number. I know that.
On a lot of people, we've never seen anything quite like this whole thing. It's just there's a lot of layers
something like
to
this
it.
has happened. Stabbing of 4 people. It reminds me of the movie Scream so much, and I hate to say that, but it just does. It's really freaking crazy.
I cannot believe she fucking said that.
I'm still processing it right now myself. She didn't say beat her up. She beat the fuck out of her.
Combination of Dylan's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone.
She's reading the affidavit off right now, right? That's what she's got up on her screen. She's reading it off. Okay. I just wanted to mention
the text message, I think, right? Between Dylan and Bethany. There was like this text message that people are talking about that kind of gave them the time of the murder, because they must have texted to each other, but that wasn't released. The extra part wasn't released about what happened there, but I think that's what she was just talking about.
Dylan was on the same floor as Anna and Ethan, second floor, not the first floor, like the police reported. Experienced all she did and never called police. 8 hours passed till a 911 call. Exactly. Maybe they could have been saved. Maybe they didn't have to die. If I was anyone.
Mm.
Yeah, Johnson.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, this is like what Facebook is going nuts. Like it's crazy that people can't like what you were saying before, Jones, and they just can't see a different perspective. They can't look outside of themselves and how they would react in a situation and believe that
No,
there's other
their
ways.
IQs are too low.
It's like they want the tragedy to be even more tragic.
That's why I was saying, and this is tragic enough.
Or it's even beyond that. They're just kind of ignorant that there could actually be another perspective other than their own, you know, like looking outside of themselves.
It's selfish, like you said, selfish.
Yeah. And they are, like, you know, some of them, because we know that through their other actions.
You gotta think they had only been there for 3 or 4 months. You know what I'm saying? Like they had just started staying there.
Yeah.
And then they, you know, Kaylee moved out and like they, you know what I'm saying? There was things going on. So
Yeah. And Dylan supposedly had like some PTSD stuff. So she could have really went into like a state where she just, you know, convinced, you know, used her defense mechanisms, convinced herself everything was fine, went back to sleep because it stopped, maybe texted Bethany downstairs, did you hear that? She probably maybe didn't hear anything, you know, and then that could have been it, you know.
Rowena has a great comment. They can't be relieved. Dylan was spared. You know what I mean? Like, why don't they think that way and they think in the opposite? That's the sickening part of it. The girl ended up surviving, and so did the other, and then they're going to be. Ugh.
Yeah, somebody in chat just said it. You dissociate. You complete, like, especially if she has some. I mean, it could have, or it could. I don't know. I could see it both ways, where she dismissed it, but she could have just dissociated, even if it was like a threat, and this all pieced together in her mind. She could have completely convinced herself, like through defense mechanisms, dissociation, that she was going to be fine and went to sleep. And then look how she acted when she did really make the phone call. She couldn't even breathe. She was like, somebody was hyperventilating, right? One of them. So
it's like she was reliving it all over again, almost like it was a nightmare. She didn't believe it. Yeah, it's sad. It really is. Whoever's blaming out there and victim blaming Dylan, you should fucking take a long look in the mirror and reevaluate your life and the way you approach things, because that's just fucked up.
yeah, there's like that doctor was saying, like, hindsight bias. That's their problem. Everybody has hindsight bias because you never would think that that's what was going on when, especially in a party house, you know. Maybe if it happened in your house and you're like, you know,
They call
older
it
in life.
Monday night quarterbacking is what they call it.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
I would have done this. I would have done that. You don't know, like the lady that came on earlier, the newer panel member I've never heard before. She was dead effing on what she said.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You just don't know how you're going to react until you're actually, and this is like goes back to even Kylie Rodney. Like, people are like, oh, she should have swam back. She should have, you know, it's like, you don't know how you're going to react when all of a sudden you're in the water, you know, like it's the same kind of thing. They like blame because they can't even imagine, like, they're like, oh, I would do this. And
yeah.
Right.
Superman.
It's narcissism. We all have a level of narcissism, like Willow was.
Well, yeah, they're like, oh, I would have done this, or I would have done that. I would, you know, like
Yeah.
Yeah,
you don't know that until you know that, you know, until you're in that position. You can't say I would do this or that because you're not Superman. Yeah, you know.
It's literally, I mean, it's Monday night quarterbacking. It's thinking they can do. It's just like the one said, you don't know what you're gonna do until you're in that position. And there's less than 1% of the world that will ever be in that, or you know what I mean, in that position. I mean,
that's why we have like defense mechanisms, like we have this like complex, you know, psyche that we don't even know that is protecting us all the time, you know. And I think there's people that maybe don't have the healthiest egos, you know, that maybe can't see that, you know, that we have these defense mechanisms, and people do things when they're in these situations that we can't even imagine, you know.
It's just such poor taste,
You would
and they're
think
just
like,
underrating it.
yeah, you would think people like that that they would kind of understand the patterns over time that people, you know, but
You would think, but that's why these people stay in their certain groups on YouTube, because they're conspiracy theory experts and they want it to be something different, or they were wrong. You know what I mean? And you
yeah,
know, from their original thoughts, and just can't get over being wrong. It's just like you said, it's narcissism.
they
At its
want to be
finest.
right. They want to like prove that they solved the case or something, and it's
Mhm.
not about any of that, right? It's about maybe like you know, collecting knowledge so this won't happen in our own families, communities, you know, places. You know, that's where we can learn from this, but not what they do or
Exactly.
twist it. Yeah.
Only person I thought could ever me was the guy that went to Africa and whatnot, and I just thought that was suspicious. You know what I mean? But
But we
the
don't even
whole
know if he went to Africa. You know what I
yeah,
mean? That was all like speculation too. Like that's what happens. Like you know, with Kylie, everything. Like as soon as somebody is in the eye of like a video camera, an interview, anything in the public, they then become top suspect. Like the 15, you know, there's like in a TV show, I hate to compare it, but there's like 15 characters, 20 like ancillary characters, and then everybody wants to like figure out who it's going to be, but it's not like that in real life. There's
mhm.
thousands of, you know, there's so many people surrounding this. It's never, you know, unless it's like a boyfriend or, you know, something that they find out right away, chances are it's not going to be somebody on a video or in an interview, you know, but they want to believe that they could solve the case,
Yep.
you know.
And when they're wrong, they get mad and they do this type of thing.
Hmm.
Little devil with a don't know says $2 super sticker. Got my camera with
Thank you, little devil. Oh, hold on. We have Ninny. Are you up here?
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
So, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, baby.
Okay, so I just wanted to say this. I put it in chats before, but one time, and it wasn't like maybe, I don't know, 15 years ago or so, I went through a breakup and my mom's like, party at a bar. And she's like, okay, she's like, well, just come with me to get you out of the house. It'll do you some good. I didn't want to go, but I went. And then we were at this party. We couldn't find her weird friends that were having this party. So we left. And I was like, oh, God, thank God. So we were leaving because I just wanted to go home and be sad.
Right. When you don't want
So,
to go anyways, you're like, I'm just ready to go home.
right. So then I was going home. We were going home. And I was walking in front of my mom. And she was behind me. And then I heard her say, oh, I think that's Dale or whatever her friend's name was. So I was like, oh, God. So I just kept walking, hoping she would, keep coming. But she was taking a minute. So I turned around. And so I was like, oh, I might as well go see what's going on. We might have to go back in this bar. So I was walking over to her. And then I noticed that it's like she looked scared. And that this guy, as I kept walking closer, this guy had her by the neck, like with his arm. And then I didn't see it at first, but he had a gun to her head. And so I started walking up. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And then all of a sudden he points the gun right in my face. Now, most people would just, give him the purse, because that's what he wanted. No, not me. I'm screaming and yelling at him. And then I'm like, Mom, fine. I'm like, just drop it. Give him the purse. So she did. And then most people would just be like, oh my God, thank God we didn't get killed. No, not me. I ran after him. Like literally ran. I don't run. I was a track star running after this guy. He could have turned around and shoot me in the face. The whole point is, I know I'm talking very fast because I'm nervous, but you just don't know what you're going to do in any given situation. You don't know.
Well, yeah, you don't know your reaction because like you said, sometimes you'll turn around and go after him like, I'm going to fuck you up. Or you're like, run the other way, fight or flight. Sometimes you just don't really know how you're going to react,
And then, so we called the police, which was a joke.
but we called the police and they put me and my mom both in different rooms. And then I said, and I don't know who said what, but one of us said he was black. The other one said he was white. One of us said he had jeans and like a leather jacket on. The other one said he had sweatpants on. So sometimes just when something like really bad happens or horrific, and even if it's not so horrific, but it's horrific to you, you don't know. You can't say.
Well, yeah, I mean, and sometimes it's just tough to know what you're gonna think. You know, when you think about this, like these people on here, you know, and then so to be blamed for a reaction, you don't know how you're gonna react. So for somebody to come on here and say, I would beat your ass, I would fuck you up because you didn't
right.
You didn't respond the way they felt you needed to respond.
Right. I don't know. So I think that's why this whole thing with this poor girl, Dylan, it just bothers me that people are attacking her the way they are. Some are. I understand having questions. You know,
Right.
it is weird, right? How do you just close the door? But I could still see me doing something like that. And then to put all these murders of her friends on her back, and she's only 19. She's young.
Yeah, it's sad. And like I said, she's got survivor's guilt. If I would have done this, if I would have done this, if I would have moved faster, if I would have called, if I wouldn't have laid down, she's already probably beating herself up as it is.
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right, well, I'm going to skedaddle. I just wanted to come up and say that.
Well,
thanks for letting me up.
Hanging out.
Okay, I'll be in the chat. Bye, guys.
Thank you for sharing. Bye. Oh, that was cool. I'm talking fast because I'm nervous. All right, let's finish.
Chats just came in. Just want to let you know.
What? I'm sorry.
We had 2 super chats come in. I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, sweet. I seen. Okay, so thank you for calling out the pieces of shit on here. Thank you, Rowena. I appreciate that, love. I didn't see the other one. Who's it from?
A super sticker, and it was from Little Devil again. $5 super sticker.
Oh, thank you, Little Devil. Hey, I'll let you back up here, baby.
I just always press something on my phone sometimes. I'm sorry.
The black button and shit and stuff.
That little leave or like the next, yeah. You know.
All right, I'm gonna finish this because this shit just irritates me.
Mm-hmm.
One of their families, I would personally beat the fuck out of Dylan. That's just me. I would beat her up. Maybe it wasn't too late, Eric. Explanation of Dylan's statements to law enforcement, but athletically.
Why? I mean, I just don't understand. Why would you beat her the fuck up?
Right? Like for having like a normal reaction to like fear and
run out and say, hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Why are you here?
I honestly think she's playing to the crowd.
Yeah, definitely. It's like that group mentality, a mob mentality, like one person, like, okay, now let's all, like, there's something wrong with Dylan now. Like, really, guys? Like,
taking
she's
a look
like
at the chat and catering to what they're saying.
She's an eyewitness. It's probably part of the reason why he got caught so quick. She was like a big catalyst because she probably made some kind of positive ID out of a lineup. Maybe, who knows? Maybe even the roommate did too. I don't know. People need to just to say that you want to beat her up, like that's like a lot, crossing a line, I think, because she's been through way much.
If I was her mother, I would beat her up. You're gonna put her mother in a situation. You know what I mean? Like,
kidding me? That girl needs love. Yeah.
Heel said, okay, so listen, she said, imagine living in a house with 4 college-age girls that party at all hours with all kinds of people coming and going. What would put her in shock? Affidavit wording, people. You got to pay attention to the wording. And I mean, people, they say things to fit their own narrative or whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll read it a certain way or.
Mm-hmm.
For people to sit here and blame her or say what they would or wouldn't have done, they don't know. They have no fucking idea. So
Yeah.
And I'm a tough motherfucker. I have no clue what I would do.
Yeah, and they didn't want to call the, she's like, oh, I'm overreacting. I'll just text, who knows what she thought. She just minimize things. That's what you do to make yourself feel safe in these situations.
Yeah.
You don't think that it's going to be what it was the next day, until you look
There's
back.
no way she thought, there's not a chance in hell she thought that's what went down. Not a chance.
Yep.
Door. Dylan locked herself in a room after seeing the mail. Dylan did not state that she recognized the mail. This leads investigators to believe.
No, she didn't know the mail. I don't think she ever once stated she knew him or knew anything about him or anything like that.
Nope, just bushy eyebrows and
in a house with four or five girls. Like I said, sometimes they do bring men home from the bar, and when the girls yelled, "Hey, someone's here," that could have been the DoorDash. They could have been talking about the DoorDash, because Xana ordered DoorDash. That's not uncommon, and I'm going to help you, or whatever. I'm going to help you. That could have came from anything. Shit, I'm going to help you eat that. I'm going to help you split that. I'm going to help you, with your homework. I'm going to help you. That could have been fucking anything.
Anything. Could have been anything. It's nothing out of the ordinary, And just like those body cam from those noise complaints, you saw how crazy those parties were at their house. So they're just used to, people coming and going.
And she said that she heard them, heard the dog up there messing around. Well, fuck, when you play with a dog and you start throwing their toy around, or, Murphy, he was still a puppy, so, he still probably trampled all over, he was heavy footed, you know what I'm saying? He was just like a big, fluffy,
Yeah. Murphy, he's cute.
Man. As I said, it's not all victim blaming. I do believe we have the right to question her story, but we aren't the law and jury. What we do is question theories, multiple theories. No, it's victim blaming. I'm sorry, Miss Italy. That's victim blaming.
I mean, the fact that she's an eyewitness, that's pretty amazing in this case to have that with DNA evidence. And his car on cameras and his phone pinging, and his phone turning off during, there's a lot of evidence going on here,
Mm-hmm.
I got questions.
What, baby?
Who is Dolly's small shadow?
Dolly!
I have no fucking idea. What do you mean? What do you mean? Small shadow? What does that mean?
He's small. He's short. He's a hobbit, so he's got a small shadow.
So are you Dolly's small shadow?
Yep. That's why I came out and said, Dolly, how much would Chuck would?
Oh my God. Sorry, I just seen that in the private chat and I had to ask.
Oh, you didn't know it was me?
No. I just got back on.
Oh, okay. Catherine says his dark side. I don't know if he has a light side, so.
I don't know. I try to give Dolly the benefit of the doubt, but he just keeps doing stupid shit.
Yeah. He tries, but keeps.
He's just not a person that caters to his chat, which I get to a certain extent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you don't believe in what they're saying, don't just go along with it. You know what I mean? Like, if I don't think someone's opinion on the panel is correct or whatever, I'm going to state my opinion, but I'm not going to go after anybody. You know what I mean? I'm not going to just argue for argument's sake. I'm not going to just agree to agree.
Right.
That's what he does.
I think it's okay to have questions about Dylan's story, but I think we didn't get her full story. Somebody in chat is saying we're not going to get her full story until or if this goes to trial, right?
Yeah, I honestly
If
don't
or when
be able to get her whole story. Yeah, Not until she goes to trial. But this kind of shit right here, saying you would beat her ass or beat the hell out of her, that's a bunch of bullshit. So for you to be saying that, it's very disappointing, honestly.
Hills in the Air said he just struck her for a 26-second clip.
Who?
What?
Dolly.
He struck Heels?
For a 26-second clip.
Dolly did?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
God.
that's not going to go in his favor, because when it's small clips like that, it falls under fair use.
Fair use. Is it under a certain amount? Even it will fall under fair use. Because isn't if you stop it right every certain amount of seconds, but
right every 30 seconds, yeah, and that's her. That's the 7th strike.
Are you
now?
Serious?
Yes, and also once he keeps doing that, can you report
It'll take his channel, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure she can report him for false strikes.
Oh yeah.
It's called shit.
It already went back to him, counterclaim. Good shit, Hills.
Yep.
Oh, good. Good. Keep striking her then, because just points the finger back at him, you know?
Mm-hmm. And he'll stop doing it too. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, I looked deep into the fair use shit, and I mean, it's hard to be gotten.
It's so hard. Even like Rakeda Law, like he streamed Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, and he got a copyright strike. A lot of people, I think even they tried Emily Baker on something, and they all fought it.
Yes, they all fought it, and they all won.
They all won because it's like court feed. They don't own it. They're just streaming it, you know.
Yeah, I think that actually happened with Popcorn Planet too. Someone, because they were doing that as that's the the people that helped Captain Corey as
Yeah, but they were really involved in that whole case too.
And I think that ended up happening to him too, but he counterclaimed it.
Okay, yeah, I think somebody said, I think they are trying to be, never mind. Somebody's calling Google is watching a narcissist in the chat. I'm so confused.
We were talking about narcissism before. I don't know, but that was a while ago.
That might be. He might.
Sometimes people are behind, you know.
Behind, yeah. I wonder what the pay is for working YouTube.
Not enough, because not enough freaking people work there. It's impossible to get in touch with those people.
Yeah, he was telling his chat the father's DNA was found on the button. That's exactly right, Lorelai.
Who was saying that?
Dolly was telling his chat the father's. Yeah, the callers had to call in and correct them.
Oh my gosh! Shut up.
He doesn't know. He just shows up and that's it. He just shows up.
You got that a little wrong.
He just shows up and opens that phone line. That's all he does.
Yeah, he gets a lot of his info from like his people, which isn't always the best. You know, the best people sometimes with the right information.
Yeah.
As we've learned, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah.
Bill said if you look up copyright strike lawsuits, you have to have major bucks to actually take the person to court, like Disney bucks. I agree, yeah, because, and that's why it's so much better if you get struck to just fight it, because they're not going to take you to court. They're only striking you to get your information.
Even like law and crime, like they know they're not going to, you know, they just are bullies. You know, a little bit on a bigger level with like some creators. Because they want to be the only ones that they didn't like that everybody, you know, all these people were making money off of their feed in a way, or their cameras in the courtroom, like providing the feed, you know. But they were offering commentary over it. So too bad. That's why there's fair use.
Steph B just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Speaking for Queen until she's back home. Thank you, Steph B. Such a sweetie. Yeah, I think you're right. I didn't. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I got to clean up before the hubby gets home. He'll be like, what the fuck do you do all day? and be like, nothing, absolutely nothing. I was up till 4 o'clock in the morning. I fell asleep for a little while, and then I got back up, probably about 2, and then I started deep diving, and that's when I was talking to you, Ellie. It was just like,
Yeah,
I
it
was
was.
in and out of sleep all night.
I know. I feel like I didn't sleep either. And then I woke up, and then it was like you go to sleep and you wake up on the internet, and then there's like this new stuff with the
A whole new
audio and
thing. Yeah, a whole new
yeah,
thing.
for like it is really like sped up time on
It
YouTube.
is. It is.
Yeah, things just keep
A day
happening.
off of YouTube is actually a week off of YouTube. It's like God time.
Yeah, yeah. So like 6 hours, 7 hour, 8 hours of sleep is like times it by it's like 2 days.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
it's crazy.
I know Queen said, you gonna come up? I said, oh God, girl, I just woke up. I've gotta get everything going. Lord. And that
No,
means I gotta get up and I gotta scroll through real quick and see what all's been posted.
there's a lot to digest with all of this too. Just from like I can't believe it was only Friday. Was it Friday that they released the affidavit? What's today? No, Thursday. Wait, what's today?
Huh?
Saturday? I don't
Today's
even know.
Saturday. And he goes
But
back on the 12th for his next hearing.
yeah. Oh yeah, I just saw it at like I think 8 a.m. Let me look.
I wonder what they're gonna do in that one.
It's just gonna be like a status conference of like and setting a date for the preliminary hearing.
Somebody said in the
So
chat's going to take 2 years or more for this. Is that the truth?
not if
It
he like asks
could.
for
I
a
don't think
speedy
it'll take
trial.
2 years. It depends on what he requests. Yeah.
Like if he wants a speedy trial, like it could go kind of quick if he, you know. I mean,
Depends
And
how
things
he
always
honestly,
pays.
it'd
slow
be
down.
better. It'd be in his favor to do a speedy trial because, like, the longer they have, the longer they have to put shit together.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, you know they're working so hard on all of his like apartment. I'm so curious about like his search and histories and all of that, you know.
Yeah.
So you think knowing the Papa Rogers, like it's a tough one because he did like the knife
I don't
sheath
know
and
because
the
did he?
15 minutes is weird because I feel like nobody would think it would take less than 15 minutes. I don't know, maybe
No,
like
I was actually shocked to find out how quick it was.
yeah.
I think it can't be ruled out because if you think about it, people started catching on when he started arguing with that dude.
Hmm.
Um, and people started catching on to him and saying shit to him in comments about, yeah, because you're the killer, right? You're him. Okay.
Yeah. Hmm.
After that, I think is when he posted where he thought the bodies were. So he could have been doing that to throw it off.
True, 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 true. After he was being like accused and stuff, he
Uh-huh,
maybe
because
wanted to
people
make a.
started connecting dots and calling them out.
And then he left that group and started his own group, I heard. Is that like, did you see that too? And then it went silent in that other group as like after the arrest.
Yeah, and yeah, in the other group he hasn't posted since the arrest, and he's wiped from Facebook now, right?
Which would kind of, you know, if it was
Mhm.
him. I mean, it's
Mhm.
not to, I mean, he's kind of stupid. It's not to think now that makes me believe that he maybe did. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if
That
this
is
is him,
kind
you
of
know,
stupid.
but it sounds like it's him. I mean, like having DNA, I don't know. The only way he could describe that is if he's framed. He was there for a party and left his like knife sheath behind. Just
Yeah,
say,
I mean,
yeah, I mean, like that's just ridiculous. Like, as but that will be his defense, I guess. You
I
know.
guess if it's not him, it could be somebody working the case that decided to,
Hmm.
you know what I'm
Frame
saying? Start.
him. Frame
Mhm.
him. Hmm.
Gen X just $5 dono. I'm so heartbroken from DM. Pray for her family is keeping her away from all social media. I would never want her to hear any of those nasty things. Facts.
True. Thank you for that
Yeah.
super chat, Gen X.
Facts.
I'm sure she's not around all of this. To
I hope not.
hopefully,
I would
you
think.
know.
I wonder what her past trauma is. And I know I'm not owed that explanation. I'm just curious because
Yeah.
people have mentioned, even Kaylee's dad mentioned, that
Hmm.
Dylan had some sort of past trauma that could have, you know. caused
activated a
the
little.
reaction. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've still never seen any confirmation of the Papa Rogers account being BK. No, we haven't either.
No. Yeah. I wonder if that would come. That would be very interesting if that comes out at trial someday. If there's,
Yeah, considering the whole account is wiped now. Just like his Reddit accounts. He did have 2 Reddit accounts. Hills in the air, where's this account? Is what she's asking Pecan. It's wiped off the internet, but you can find stuff about him on TikTok or really anywhere. Just look up hashtag Papa Rogers. PAPPARODGERS.
there's a lot of it in that Facebook group, the one that has like almost 200,000 people in it.
There you go.
There's like a whole thread. That's where I sent you all those screenshots from. There's like a whole thread of like drop all your deleted Papa Rogers posts here.
Oh, okay. That's okay. Let me ask you a question, Ellie. In that 200,000 person chat, what percentage in there is victim shaming and all that kind of?
Oh my God. I mean, I can't even, that's whenever I go in there, I like get upset because some of them are being deleted, but people are just, there's so many posts that like, oh, I just want to, I get it. You want to understand, but like, just know that we don't have all the information, period. Like,
right.
It'll come out later, done. You know what
I
mean?
Just
like
gotta wait, guys. Don't make it more tragic than it already is.
Yeah, it's tragic enough, like we don't know, like they just gave us like a very small little summary of her part, and the fact that she really was a catalyst in them arresting him. She should be the hero, I think,
real quick,
I think so too. That's why I seen somebody saying something on JLR's post about she allowed this killer to walk the streets for 7 weeks. The fuck? She gave them a very accurate description. They pretty quickly knew who he was.
And she don't have the choice in when or where he gets arrested either. You know what I mean?
No.
And Max says victim does not equal above questioning. It does for us. You know what I mean? We have no right to say anything in that. And he says victim.
Where's it at?
Max Planet. Victim does not equal. It's in just a little bit up.
Victim does not equal above questioning. I'm sure this comes as a surprise for some, but victims do sometimes embellish and even outright lie. I agree, but in this case, what
would be her motivation to lie, right?
Right.
To help
and
catch,
Hills, I think it was the Ashley Banfield interview with Kaylee's parents and the lawyer that he was asked what he felt about the Dylan situation. I believe that's the one that he alluded to her past trauma.
But Max, we aren't law enforcement. That's what we're trying to say here.
No, you're living in fantasy land if you think that law enforcement isn't going to question someone. I'm confused on that statement. We know law enforcement is questioning. That's what we're saying. Society outside of law enforcement has no right to question what went down with Dylan. We can wonder. You can wonder all day long. But to condemn her?
Yeah. And play Monday, night quarterback type thing is absolutely ridiculous.
Plus that 2 weeks that before they, actually had a suspect and before they even caught him, like what kind of terror did she live under? Like thinking that maybe he saw her see him, That's like scary. I'm sure she was under like some kind of police protection during that time because I'm sure she was scared that he was going to come back and get her or something.
Max Planck, yes, it does. That's why trials are public. What does people condemning Dylan right now have to do with a public trial? Please answer that question. What does saying Dylan is at fault for these murders have to do with a public trial? That don't even make no fucking sense, my guy.
When I saw that, I was like, I don't, yeah, Max, what's going on? I don't get it.
I don't get that statement. Yes, trials are public, and I hope they make this one public so that we can get all the details and stop the speculation. I know there's going to be speculation up until that point, but it's one thing to speculate, it's another to condemn, it's another to say she is responsible for the deaths.
Yes, and that's why
Brian might have stabbed him, but it's her fault for not calling 911 immediately.
Yep.
The fuck out of here.
And that's why law enforcement has put out there already to not be doing that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? They already put that out there.
And Max, I think the link is at the top.
It is, yeah.
Questions aren't condemning. Learn to read and comprehend what you read. Fool. Oh Lord, you're one of them that don't see anything past your own comprehension. Your own thoughts is all you see. You don't see anything around that. I ain't got gums. Well, I do got gums. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you know who I am? Max Plank, you get the fuck out of here, gums.
He's trolling.
You are trolling. Shut the fuck up. Go on. Low IQ. You can't figure anything out.
That's Dolly, and that's like the kind of people that are in their chats that, you know, they want to hear this. It's weird.
Being more outraged towards Dylan than the murderer is absurd. Absurd. I think it's stupid. I don't understand why she didn't call, but it's not up to me to pass those judgments. There's a reason for everything.
He said, "You don't know what I see or don't see, biatch." Max, click the link.
Click the link, pussy.
Click the link. No one's gonna scream or yell at you.
I will.
Exactly. Yeah. But I want him to explain from his or her mouth exactly what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I'm not understanding what he's
Are we
trying to
not
say.
seeing it right? You know, we agree with each other, but it's hard to see that perspective because we're looking at all perspective, and that just
I don't even
can't
know what
be.
perspective he's talking about. That's the thing. I don't even understand what he means.
A Ghost, I agree. I think A Ghost said, I think there is a reason for adding the footprint outside her door. I agree. They made sure to include that. Maybe he tried to get in her room. And for all we know, he could have, right?
We don't
She's
know
seen
that.
him walking by. After he walks by, she shuts the door and locks it, probably very quietly. Or maybe she thought very quietly, and he turned around and came back to the door.
Maybe
we
he was
don't
scared
know.
that she freaking called 911 already, and he was out of there. You know. There's like a million different scenarios, and we're not gonna know until we know, right? I mean, that's why like blaming her in any way is just outside the norm with this kind of thing, because we really don't. It's like
I think people blaming her and saying they want to beat her ass and they should beat the fuck out of her and this, that, and the other is bullshit.
Yeah, 100.
Cowardness is what it is. It's fucking coward.
I mean, they don't know what the fuck she went through. They don't know. They don't understand, and they have no idea. You know, so you can't put yourself in that position until you've actually been through that.
But it goes back to empathy. It goes back to empathy and sympathy in the sense of these specific groups of people don't want to try to see it in a different way. They don't want to try, because that's the first thing I said, y'all. The first thing I said is, why the fuck did she not call 911?
You did. You're right. You did. You try to see it the other way. You did.
What is going on? Why did she not call 911? And that is still how I feel. But I also am not ignorant to the fact that there could be more to the reason she didn't.
I said as well, I'm confused on why it took her 8 hours to call, right? But with everything that has come out so far, the 1/8 of it, right? The skeleton of the affidavit, just that alone, right then and there, it's enough for me to be like, okay, you know what I mean? Fuck, I get that. It's just like, use your common. I mean, I guess common sense ain't common, like we always say.
It's like it's just a little sad, you know, that people would do that in general, isn't it?
But you know,
you have to understand too, there was another roommate. Bethany was in there too, and she was, I mean, fuck, she could have called up there and been like, hey, you up here, what's up? And then seen Ethan on the floor, and she could have been the one to wake her up or pull her out of her room.
Yeah, I never even thought of that.
You know, she was downstairs. I mean, we don't fucking know. We really have no idea.
Right?
She could have locked herself in that room and not came back out until she heard her fucking roommate, you know? I mean, she could have locked herself in there and fell asleep waiting. We don't know.
That's what I think happened. You know what I mean? Especially if she was drinking then or something like that. I think she closed the door.
Right, especially if she was half-ass fucking drunk. She could have convinced herself, like, damn, I'm drunk as fuck. Maybe that didn't, maybe
Yeah.
I shouldn't laugh at that, but I shouldn't laugh at that, but I mean, it's true.
Yeah. And then passed out, like, and she could be a super deep sleeper and then woke up at, you know, the next morning, 8 hours. It was what, 8 hours later, 7 hours later. That's like a night's sleep, you know?
And people are acting like just because Dylan could hear a few things that it was super loud going on. No.
No, she just
If
heard
it was
like
super loud,
couple of
Bethany
things,
would have
but
heard.
There's somebody here. There's somebody here. Well, she got a fucking DoorDash. Yeah, she had food
Yeah.
delivered. And the man was there. Yeah. Oh, I'm
Or a
gonna help
friend
you.
of-
Fuck, you could have been like, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you eat that food. I'm gonna help you with your work. I'm gonna help you with your homework. I'm gonna help you. You know, it could have been any fucking thing. Who knows? You know?
You know what I mean? Like Xana could have fell down and Ethan could be like, hey, let me help you out. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many scenarios. There's so many scenarios that you could put in place there. And it's ridiculous. And no, JD, that's not legit. That he asked if the voice thing's legit. We don't think it's legit.
We don't think so. We don't know, but we don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's a lot of activity around approximately, if we're going by the affidavit, approximately 4 a.m. There's a lot of activity going on. Basically, it makes it seem like that DoorDash actually allowed him to get in without more people noticing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
brushed off. You know what I'm
like
saying?
while they were doing that, he could have gone into the doors.
And people in the house could have thought it was just a DoorDash. You know what I mean? Someone's here, DoorDash, not somebody in the house. You know what I mean? As you know, they can. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it makes sense that they didn't release anything about the DoorDash to him because you know they didn't want probably Brian to know or whoever to know that he was there at that time too, because he could have been in threat for his life.
Yeah, Gen X said the question is, what would our 20-year-old selves do? Honestly,
Yeah.
I'd probably be locked in my room too. And
too.
I've told y'all what I would do. I would probably shit bricks and pass out right there at my doorway. I mean, because that's the type of bitch I am. I get scared.
And again, we don't even know if that was going through her head, if she actually thought that was going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Until the hindsight of it, where she realized, and then,
You don't know how many people in the house. You know what I mean? Like, even if she thought England, that could have been, she doesn't know it's just one person in the house. You know what I mean? Like, let's just be real.
Hill said, why would she call 911? She looked out and was startled by someone coming towards her. It doesn't say more than that. He left and she went back in her room and locked the door.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. In the time, she might not have been scared.
Yeah.
At the time, she could have thought it was just a frat brother walking through of
Exactly.
Ethan's. I don't think he had a ski mask on. I personally think it was probably a COVID mask.
Or like an N95, so he didn't get any like saliva anywhere, because maybe he thought about DNA like that, or definitely like a medical mask, like a COVID mask.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah,
I think so too, because even the ski masks have a mouth hole. You know what I'm saying? They got the eye hole,
eyes and mouth. Yeah,
and mouth.
He wouldn't
He
keep. I
couldn't
feel
see
like
her
he was
mouth.
covering his mouth so he didn't get any saliva, DNA anywhere. I feel like he might have thought about that with the mask.
Yeah, the chances are it's a C. I call it a C mask these days. If you want to say the word, because a ski mask would cover a lot more. Only other thing, those things you wear around your neck that go, for the nose down, nose down type
like
thing.
the scarves.
Yeah, it's the only other thing it could have been if the eyebrows were that visible.
I agree.
Yeah.
And that's still a C mask as well, right? That's when they came out with them.
I've used them for that. Yep.
Those other ones, my dad used to run in them, like when in New York, because it's so cold, and that was like your eyes are covered and you couldn't see this hair, and it would just be mouth and eyes. I don't think he would do that. I feel like he was using it for like DNA purposes, possibly. Just
Not to
silly
mention,
shit.
you look less sketchy wearing that because it's acceptable to wear that these days.
Exactly,
Right.
but not in Idaho. Somebody was saying because it's like such a red state that like nobody really. But it,
I
who
don't
knows?
think that's
You know?
true because I watched how much of that memorial service footage last night.
Oh,
I've seen people with some
oh,
masks on.
oh. Okay, okay. Well, there
I
you
think
go.
it is a red state, and there's probably, just like Georgia, there's more people that don't want to wear a mask than the people that do, but there's always still those germaphobes. He's OCD.
Especially
Let's not
and especially
forget.
at colleges too. I feel like if anywhere, there's going to be like more, people that are wearing them at colleges too.
Yeah. Grandma Sherry said, creepy unknown guy in the house, lock the door so he doesn't arm me. I agree 100%.
Another good, Chrissy says, but he is from Pennsylvania where they had RO wear mask. They had, you know what I mean?
Whatever. Everybody like we have them in California, and then you go outside of like the main cities and nobody wears them. It's like it depends on where you are and like who you are, I guess, But he seems like the
Yeah.
kind of guy that like he was like seen with gloves on cleaning his car and taking out trash. So
I honestly think that Dylan was not scared in the moment.
no.
I think that after, the perception changes afterwards. So after
Yep.
she wakes up the next day and sees that, then she starts putting the
Pieces together.
scared part on
It
it,
gets
right?
melded together almost,
It
right?
does, but I think
Mhm.
she probably just heard a little noise, what she thought was crying or something. She heard a few different things, but it obviously wasn't loud enough to get her attention to be like, "Oh my God, Zaina, what's wrong? What's going on?"
Yep.
Yeah.
It could have even been the TikTok she was watching. We don't
Yeah.
know.
Not enough to like have her actually call the cops. So
But
911. So it doesn't matter. There was
When
not
she
enough
wakes up, she
fear
sees it and
for
she's
her.
putting it all together. Like, oh my God, I saw this guy. I heard this. And
yeah,
it's what it is.
and
It's
and
what it
that's
is.
what I think it is. I honest to God don't think she was scared that night. I think she was like, "Oh, maybe they must have people coming over because somebody did say someone's here."
Yeah,
So
maybe
she could have been
startled.
like, "Okay, well they got people
Yeah.
coming over. Let me go back in my room and shut the door."
Yep.
It could have been as simple as that. Yeah.
That's the only way I can understand her not calling 911. That's what I have to tell myself in my brain, is that she didn't see a reason to call 911.
And that's the most plausible reason out of all of them is that right there, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Not just for not calling 911, just in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. It's mind us like interest like plays tricks on us to like
Well,
keep
there's
us.
always going to be the shoulda, woulda, coulda. You know what I mean? The shoulda, woulda,
Yeah.
Monday
coulda
night
done this. I
quarterback.
could have done that. I should have done this. I could have done that. I mean, she's always going to feel that way. There's really nothing you can do to go back and change what's already happened, what's already been done. But you can't sit and play the blame game with somebody who's already, going through enough as it is. And also, let's keep in mind, this is she is a state witness. So anybody that harassing her, sending her messages, talking, sending, things to her, talking to her family, you know what I'm saying? Trying to talk to her roommates or anything like that. They can be, they can get in serious trouble for that as well. Any kind of death threats, anything like that. You know what I mean? Because she is a witness. They are going to use her as a witness. You know what I mean?
And a victim, right? She's a victim and a witness,
Cannot.
right?
Well, absolutely, she's a victim, but yeah, they're going to use her she's an eyewitness. Yes.
Google is watching. That's the only reason you don't think shock was a factor. Maybe that's the only reason you can think of. Yikes. Yes, boo. That is the only reason in my brain. Mine, not yours, not Queen's, not Ellie's, and not Boston's. In my brain, that's the only reason I could see for her to shut the door, go to sleep or whatever she did for 8 hours and not call 911.
And like I said,
And
I still
that's
think
okay because that's my fucking opinion.
Yeah, and that's how maybe you would react because you would minimize it because you're keeping yourself safe. We're like animals, we do these things that we don't even realize we're doing just to keep ourselves safe, and that's what she did. She convinced herself it was okay, went back to sleep, and then the next day was horrified because the guy she saw in there killed her roommates,
Yeah.
Of
Right.
course, she was horrified, and you know,
then she
and
puts all the pieces together. Like, okay, I saw this. You know what I mean? I heard this, and then people
she
are
can't
running
take away
around
that
all these-
fear that she feels after
Exactly.
to when she gives her statement about what happened before, because that fear is there. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't like unring a bell in a way, you know?
I mean, maybe she
Mhm.
did go into shock for the next 8 hours. We don't know.
Or
We
her
don't know.
form of
But
shock, and everybody has
or a
different forms
form,
of
yeah.
shock.
And in
Yeah.
my mind, shock would not be something to keep me from calling 911 for 8 hours. That's why I say the only reason I can imagine would be her just not to be thinking it's a big deal
Mm-hmm. Until after, you know?
until afterwards. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my thought process. And that's what helps me to not want to blame Dylan.
Yeah. And that's what probably helped Dylan like stay alive that night, you know, or whatever she did. That's what made her, you know.
Listen, if she would have ran out, right? I mean, that probably saved her life, if anything.
I wouldn't have ran out if I, you know, I mean, you know, I can't even say that because who knows if a person just walked by, you know, you don't know that he just killed two of your friends and was about to kill, you know, you don't know that information. So it's so hard to think
Okay.
about what your mind would do with like this information that it doesn't have, you know.
Yeah.
K-pop,
Exactly.
that makes sense. I just think she may have had her phone in another room, maybe, and she was terrified to go get it. Possibly, that's an option.
I
She
brought that
may
up
have
too.
waited until she heard her other friend wake up to come out of the room. Possibly,
Could have been
and
charging
then
the kitchen somewhere else. You know what I mean?
yeah, and then supposedly, from what I've heard, I don't know how credible it is that they were trying to call Ethan and Zaina.
Oh, that the morning?
But I don't understand that. That couldn't be true because the door would have been open. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't
Unless
know.
he closed it, like somebody was saying, I don't know if it, like he could have closed the doors just so that it was longer until they were found, possibly. Who knows, you
I
know?
agree. Perfectly imperfect said, I think there's more we don't know, and that's why it seems weird. I think when the full story comes out, it'll put all the pieces together. 100% agree.
Yeah, look how when we got the probable cause affidavit, it put so much together, and we were like shocked that it was that much. Like I literally went into shock, I think, a little when I read it. You know, like just I didn't know it was going to be that detailed and that they had that much. You know, so look at, and that's just like a bare bones of what they have. And so I feel like we should just, you know, we could dissect this affidavit, but to like go beyond and to try to take like a few sentences of Dylan's testimony that were put in this affidavit, and like she was probably questioned for hours and hours and hours.
Oh, for sure. Tinkerbell has a good comment here. On the Megyn Kelly show, she had a nurse on who said you can go into a shock and pass out. Maybe that's maybe that's why 911 call said someone unconscious. Beth found her and called friends first to help. I mean, there's so many things it could be.
Yeah, I did hear that. Yeah.
There's so many things that could be, or reasons she didn't call the law enforcement right away. And there's no reason for anybody to be victim blaming her or saying that she should have done X, Y, and Z until everything. Yeah, until everything comes
If the
out.
victim's parents aren't blaming her, I mean, Kaylee's dad clearly stated that he's going by what the affidavit says. He's given her the benefit of the doubt, and that's what he's going to do until he's proven otherwise. And that's what
They're
everybody should
happy
be
she
doing.
saw him too, that they have I'm sure they're very thankful that she's an eyewitness, and that's one more, you know,
Right.
check
And if
on
the family can give her the benefit of the doubt, why does social media think that they can crucify her? It makes no sense. You're not even the fucking victim.
Yeah, right. Or the victim's
Yeah.
family. Yep.
That's the mind-blowing part of all of this, you know. But people are ignorant. I hate to say that, but
She wasn't tied up, dildo gaggins.
he didn't have any time. He was there for like 12 minutes or 13 minutes.
She wasn't tied up. That was a Joseph Morris thing.
Yeah, there was like no time for any of that. And like Dylan didn't have a bunch of drugs under her bed either. People are saying that.
Yeah, that was Dolly. Came out of his mouth 3 kilos of.
Dolly said that too.
Yep. He goes. She might have had 3. He said might have. She might have 3 kilos of cocaine, as he says. under that bed like it's a joke. You know what I mean?
But it becomes like fact for his peeps, and then like it
Oh,
becomes
they
a
run
rumor.
and they run with it. Yep, and they run with it. It's a cult.
Hey, follow the grain. What's up, girl?
Good afternoon,
Remember the
ladies
rule.
and
Remember the
gents.
one rule. Just the one rule.
I know, no shit talking.
What you got to add, baby? What you got to add?
I just wanted to add that now they're saying Dylan, the family reached out to Dylan and she didn't contact them back, and that's showing that she's guilty or suspect of something. No, it's not, because law enforcement would tell her not to have contact with the victims'
Absolutely.
families. Because she may slip up and say something and worse could
It messed
happen.
up the whole case.
Yes.
So wait, you're saying that the families reached out to her, or the
I believe Kaylee's family reached out to her and she didn't.
Catherine, when did Betty say Xana's mom was a drug dealer?
Oh my God, they've all been on
That was
Xana's
early
mom.
on,
I've heard
right? As soon as they found
Yeah.
out, they
said it again
ran her
recently, though.
record. No. Mm-mm.
Well, and right,
Not in a while.
look, Rio Flamingo coming in with the facts here. Facts, how they say it? Is that how they say it? Everyone's on a gag.
Yep.
And I mean, think of this way too. If this girl did hear, if that audio is real, okay, and she heard all of that, and she opened her door a crack and then seen him, like she said, in frozen fear, and locked the door, she very well, I'm going to say it again, could have been curled up in a corner, rocking her frickin' self until she fell asleep in shock. Okay?
Could have.
She
I
could
agree.
have been quiet as a mouse, frozen, listening to every sound,
until she fell
praying
asleep.
it was not at her doorway. Until, yes, because that is exhausting. It's mentally exhausting, emotionally exhausting, and she would
Physically.
have fallen asleep. I thought to myself, there's no way if I was scared to death like that, I could fall asleep. Bullshit. I had to tell myself I was bullshitting myself. Yes, I could.
She would have
If I
passed
was
on her
hiding
own.
in a dark room in the closet, sitting there curled up and stuff, I could fall asleep not in a minute, but yeah. Because your mind wants to check out. Your mind wants to check the frick out.
CM 421, you were kind of shocked that who was being so nasty. Did I miss something? CM Critical K? Who is Critical K?
Yeah. Fucker.
She
She's
must
a
have
little
been
bit
the one
nuts.
saying it then.
She's saying a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, I just heard from,
Oh, Lord.
she's talking a lot of smack.
I'm glad I
about
don't know who half of these people are.
She's a YouTuber of the past.
Yep.
Yeah, she's not too fond of me anymore. Well, I used to fuck with her heavy. I used to like be a fucking like bulldog.
Is that
for
just Kay?
Yeah.
That's ankles, right?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Did you say
Much
just
about her.
Kinkles?
Just that
Yeah, it's
she's
Kinkles.
What?
kind of like salacious.
Her name's
Kinkles?
Kinkles, no? Like their
No.
nickname, Kinkles? No? Oh, okay, never mind.
I don't know.
Google
I
said,
don't know, but I could be wrong. Fuck, I don't know what they call her. I don't fuck with her, so.
I wish people would quote what was said instead of paraphrasing. Well, I mean, come on, man. Do you got the affidavit? Just pull it up. You can read exactly what it says.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Not you. I'm talking to Google.
Yeah, baby, I got it right here.
She's like, I'm prepared. I got it.
Shit, you have
Yeah, I
more
got it right
stuff
here in
than any
written
other channel I've seen.
I think this is really super cool. We'll go over this real fast before we gotta get off here. I've been on here like four or 5 hours or something, so we've been on here for a while. We'll go over this again real fast, but I think this is really cool. They had it all set up. Like this is the drone view.
It is cool. I'm gonna hop off. Thanks for letting me up just
Me
to share my
too.
2 cents and no shit talk. Love ya.
All right.
Was she
Thanks,
shit
Governor.
talking or something?
Queen booted me. She kicked me. She yeeted me right off of here.
She was talking about fecal matter and a drumstick, fucking all kinds of weird shit, nasty shit. I'm like, girl, no, hell no, you better stop
Girl,
it.
you got to go.
Stop
You
it
got
right
to
now.
go.
I do. I gotta go now before I get in more trouble. Okay.
Bye.
Hello.
Hey, just a YouTuber. How are you?
Good. Okay,
Hey,
I was
girl.
telling, I had B-Tim pull up the article earlier. There was a case in 1992 where a group of sorority sisters lived at the University of Buffalo, and when they had been being stalked, she said, and when they got home from drinking and partying that night, someone went in the room, attacked, and murdered her roommate. She woke up the next morning to tell her to move her car because she had to go to work, and she didn't notice the girl had been bludgeoned to death. She didn't notice the blood. She just called and said, I think my roommate has suffocated on her vomit. And that was like, she said, and the night before, she said, I heard these noises, but I thought it was just her and her boyfriend. So it's like sorority, it's almost the same thing. But it was sad. She said that for 30 years, she's lived with survivor guilt. She's like, what if I called and says, I hear something weird in my roommate's room and they were just, doing something like, to embarrass me. We were together. But she says she lives with that thinking, and she said, I walked in the room and there was blood everywhere, but I didn't see it initially. I just saw her laying on the floor with throw up. And I thought, well, I need to call because she looks like she just died in her vomit. And she said, I said, there's an unconscious person, not like a bloody mess like there was. And it had been 8 hours.
And she's already going to have survivor's guilt as it is. And with all these other people on the freaking internet saying what they're saying, it's just going to enhance that even freaking more. So if you're all listening to any of this, just knock it off for someone's, health.
People have
Put it
gone
that way.
through it. Yeah. Mental health is important.
Well, yes, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes, it absolutely is, and I think people forget that. That's why I said we have to be careful because she's already on a thin wire as it is with all this, And I think the littlest thing could push her over the fucking edge if we're not careful, or if people are not careful. She's already, has survivor guilt, already going through enough as it is. So, okay, this just popped up. Let's see what this is.
This time out of Moscow, Idaho, we're getting our first look at the man arrested for the murders of 4 University of Idaho college students.
Pennsylvania State Police and the FBI arrested 28-year-old Brian Kohlberger today in Chestnut Hill Township in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. Authorities tracked him there, and this morning a SWAT team took him into custody. He'll now be extradited to Idaho to face first-degree murder charges. The 4 college students were found murdered last month in a home they shared. Moscow police will hold a press conference at 1 o'clock, and ABC News will bring that to you live when it happens. And the arrest comes just as new video from a police body cam came to light. It shows officers responding to a noise complaint at the house on September 2nd, Labor Day weekend. Officers interacted with Zana Kernodal, one of the victims who would be found dead in the house just weeks later.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel.
Man, oh shit. Oh, creepy look.
She looks a little scared.
Yeah, and there he is getting pulled over. Yeah, I was gonna say, so this has all kinds of cool stuff that's in it, or you know what I mean? That's because the traffic stop you can get over. Here's another video as well, Brian. And then let's see what this one says. The affidavit in full details. That's a link to it. And the star says, "Here's that's cool." It shows all of them. That's a cool pic. That's a good picture.
Yeah, it is.
So sad.
So now this is the first bedroom. they come into, and then there's little spots on here that you can click on or whatever that tells you what it is or gives you pictures of it. Like if we click on that, it gives you pictures of the actual bedroom. Who's got air? Whoever's got air, we can mute. Yeah, so I don't know who it is, but it's loud.
I think it's just you, Drew. Might be driving.
Oh, okay. Second. What's up, baby? I'm sorry, love. I didn't mean for you to jump down. I just meant there's a lot of air. I was just gonna have you mute while I read this. But anyhow, this is a. Let's see here, bedroom. This bedroom. So anyhow, this is kind of like the layout. This was an empty room though. So let's see here. We'll go upstairs. So upstairs here now they're saying now we all thought she was downstairs. Come to find out she was in this room over here to the left. Right here. This was her room. There's a footprint there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I never saw that footprint. Okay.
So yeah, there's her room, and it's right here by the steps. Now, if he did come in, through this glass door and came in
right
through here, there's like a couple steps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I believe he went straight upstairs to the girls, and do you know what I mean? Because which we'll know if it's blood in the thing, because otherwise you open up the the knife, the sheath, whatever, and
he was in his car at 420. I feel like he had to go upstairs first because of the DoorDash and like her TikTok and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like if she was eating, I feel like he had to go upstairs first for some reason. And the way that Gray did it in his video where he shows the door open, it would be when he was leaving after Ethan and Zana, and that's why they fought and stuff. And he was probably asleep, maybe Ethan.
I'll sneeze again. I went away.
Just like because remember when we played Gray last night, he had the door, and the only way that she could have gotten like a side view of him was when he was walking in the kitchen.
Do you think he used Zillow at all? I know we'll find out probably.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he used like the computers at his university.
Well, they got both of them, right?
Searches. Well, yeah, I think they went to his office, and to his they got both search warrants for his office and house.
Yeah, I mean, if he looked up anything on any of those computers, it's it's not like you can erase all that shit. That shit's there forever. So whatever he looked up is gonna still be there.
Wouldn't he know that too? Like, I mean, if he's
you would think, right? He's made so many.
But maybe
mistakes.
he used his his school one to like research murdery things because it's like a criminology lab,
Yeah, I never thought of that. Damn, yeah. Fall Cream says no vomit talk. Hey, oh, that's Fall. Yeah, that's what I mean. We're not talking about Kentucky Fried Chicken.
If he was back in his car at 420 and like Zana was on TikTok at like 412 or something, I feel like they had to be second because there's not enough time because he only got there like they think that he got there at like 407 because he parked right, and so 407 and like
it's over like 10 12 13 minutes, and that's another
11 minutes about that's crazy. I just would
they
think
would
it
have
would
heard
take
barely
so
nothing then, you know what I mean? Like 5 6 7 minutes, you could have just woken up, like, and it's just there's so many reasons on why she didn't call the cops. There's so many reasons you can just lay it.
It happened very quick. I mean, so maybe like she was like, oh, there's no more noise. All right. It was probably just a friend of like Kaylee's or Maddie's, bam. That's exactly how you explain it away. That's how I would. Yeah. I would just come up with like the simplest explanation and I would go to sleep.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to like be scared. I don't want to call cops. And you know what I mean? Like,
it's like you're trying to self-soothe yourself. You know what I mean? You're trying, okay, that wasn't, I didn't hear that. You know what I mean? It's like you hear something and no, I probably didn't hear that. That was probably something else. You know what I mean?
I feel like 20, you even have like less fear. I don't know. I think than you do when you get older and start hearing more,
Yeah.
I don't know, depends on the person, I would probably say, but you just have like, you just
And that
are
makes
like a
more sense because the wiser you get, right, the more you're
better, you
going to.
know. Yeah, you've been through enough things that you do things differently, you
Yeah.
know. Once that one thing happens, you do, you know, you do this.
hmm
And that could be like Dylan's, you know, reason why she's what she did, because she might have had that one thing happen that we don't know, and this is how she reacts, you know.
Yeah.
Could be like a simple explanation. Did you see this, Boston? When you like click on things and this, somebody did this on, I think I
Yeah, I was
posted
with
on
you
your
guys
web.
last night, and then all of a sudden my freaking internet
Oh
did
yeah,
like
you
a,
oh yeah, yeah, right, yeah.
I was sitting there talking for 5 minutes too, like an idiot, and I didn't even know my screen would like go black. You know what I mean? When I don't touch anything, and I'll still be talking with you guys, and I'm sitting there for 5 minutes not talking to anybody.
Oh no. This is interesting because it makes you could kind of see what the house look. Gray's is really great too, but this is really, I think, actual pictures of the house from Zillow.
Yeah, it's a beautiful house too. You know, with
And like you could
floors.
see, like in, you know, in Ethan and Xana's room, if they were on the floor, you know, all that blood, you know, they talk about like the blood spatter
No,
on the outside. Like
yeah,
if it was even like, you see, this even looks like it's kind of, I don't know if it's a picture, but it looks slanted. Like it could be the simplest thing that it was a slant on the floor, and it took 8 hours, and the blood just, you
oh
know how
yeah,
what, like I have like a flat roof at my business and it always leaks, and it's the same kind of concept. Like water will just find like the least resistant path. I
and
mean, blood does
with wood floors
coagulate.
too. With wood floors, it's
Hmm.
easier for things to seep between cracks and stuff like that.
Exactly. Exactly. And so I know there was like a lot of talk at the beginning about, but and they're like, oh, there can't be enough blood for that. But if they were both, if one was on the bed and one was on, and she was on the floor, and it was just the right, you know.
And all that blood would just, that's another thing that, you know, oh, you know, the people say that she, you know, they would have been alive if she would, all that much blood came from that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And dripped down.
He did
It's,
it super fast, so it had to be like a fatal kind of
yeah.
wound. Like that would only be like minutes. You know what I
hmm
mean? Like I'm sorry to say, like I don't think even paramedics would get there quick enough, even if she did call, you know,
I'm
say she
hoping they did
did.
pass right
Yeah.
away, so they weren't in pain. You know what I mean? Like
Well, it sounds like
being
I mean,
real.
it sounds like in their sleep. So he probably knew where exactly where to, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. It's crazy, this whole thing. I'm so glad they found somebody though, and we could watch him like go through the process, the legal process, you know, and see it
hmm
through. And I think the families owe, you know,
These last 6 months
they're
have been
owed that.
crazy. From Kylie, Ronnie, Monkey, Athena. I mean, Quentin, Idaho
And all the
4. It's
things. Yeah, and then all the other, you know, that nobody reports on because,
yeah.
right?
I would never
I
thought
mean,
of that
that's like
one.
one thing, like people were saying, like if they didn't have all the resources and attention on this case, would this case have been solved, you know? Because
And
they got like FBI help, they got like $1 million, you know, they got like a lot of resources to, like, it's unfortunate that there
I
isn't more
will,
resources, you know, like the whole defund the police friggin' movement. Not that
yeah,
I'm, you
yeah.
know,
Who you gonna call? Who you
doesn't
gonna
make
call
sense in a
when
way. Yeah.
someone breaks into your house? The freaking police.
Yeah.
I love when people say that, and I'm being sarcastic. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's
Because
absolutely ridiculous.
truthfully, if I called like 911 where I live and said, oh, there's like, I don't know how quick they would get to me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'll be the first to say, because I've said it. I didn't think law enforcement was ready for this whatsoever in their town, and boy, did they prove me the fuck wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm happy they did.
They
I
kind of
was I
stepped
was
up to
hoping
the
I was wrong.
plate. And I think they got like just a lot of help with like with the FBI and like all their different
That's true. Yeah.
um like they have like specialty departments. Like all that cell phone data is like, I think it's called CAST. It's like a very specific like forensic digital, like the one that works just with cell phone
hmm
data. And I think that's probably like an FBI that came in and worked that part of the case, because it was like a lot of different things that kind of brought it all together, you know?
Yeah. Oh, Laura Lee says, I'm subscribed to many defense lawyers, even they admit it's a pretty tight case. Do you mean tight like they have a lot of evidence to bring them down, or as in it's...
Yeah, I follow a lot of like lawyers as well. And this one lawyer, Andrea Burkhart, she's so good too. She's an Emily Baker. She was saying something really interesting, just about like we think like defense lawyers, like sometimes we like criminal defense lawyers, they get a bad rap because we think that they're like getting off like innocent people. But Andrea Burkhart was saying that sometimes her role as a defense lawyer is just to like prepare people for jail in a way. Like, this is what it's going to be like, you know, the process more like this is how it's going to go for you. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
it's every case is different, you know, and
I always
every
wondered how it would feel. Like, I think I said it on here, I believe a couple, 2, 3, 4 nights ago, whenever it was. I always found it my entire life, being a defense lawyer in a situation like this, how, I know it sounds weird, but you know, that's you know, due process, but how do you want that responsibility? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of defending somebody that, you know, for instance, that just unalived 4 people. Is it just to prove that you can put holes in a case and, you know what I mean? And not have the person that should be convicted, you know what I mean? Convicted. I've always struggled with that. You know what I mean? I've really always struggled with that.
Yeah, with this case being like a, you know, death penalty, they haven't like, I think somebody's actually about to like be executed in Idaho from like a case that happened in 1986. So they do have a death penalty, but they're not like, you know, I just say it takes a long time there is all I gotta say, you know.
Is that why people think it's going to take a year or 2?
No, well, if it's I don't like suppose this is what I heard from Andrea Burkhart, what she was saying. She was also on Judy Ron, which was really good. They brought her on and with the affidavit when she read it, and she said that a couple of things, like some interesting things, that they might not want to move it because they kind of know what they're getting. So they might even start like the jury process in Moscow, you know, and then if there's problem with getting like a jury pool, then they would move it possibly to another county. But yeah, she had like, she also like put like a thing about the judge, and he's like a fair judge, you know, but he's like a little bit like just like he like, I don't know, like judges are judges, you know.
If it happened in that county, isn't it supposed to be there, or is that not how it works?
What was that?
Sorry, I walked away. How can they switch counties for the trial? Isn't it supposed to be there? Because that's
Well, no, they could do like a change of venue, which they might do that, but it becomes like expensive, like to move it, or like they kind of know what to expect in their county. Like if they do a change of venue, it's almost like taking a huge gamble in a way about like what your jury pool is going to look like, because usually like a red state jury pool is going to sometimes like favor a defense, they say, you know. But it's hard to tell, you know. And but she was also saying that it's also like a death penalty. It has to be like, you know, like exaggerating factors. I think they're aggravating factors, and so all of the which they are, because it's like more than 4 people, you know, more than one person, like the way that he used the knife and everything. But I think all of the families have to agree to that, you know. So it'll be interesting to see if he like I don't know, like what happens with that death
what happens if like
aspect.
there's 4 families, right? What happens if there's 2 and 2? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
now
I think it has, I'm gonna look into it. I think it has to be unanimous.
oh, okay. The families.
I'm pretty
Otherwise,
sure that all the families have to want to go for it. I think that's part of it. But it's also like super expensive, I think, for a county like that, which is like kind of a small place, to have a death penalty case go through it. So they might like want to, like, I don't know, but if the families want it, I think, you know, I think it's that I think they pretty much have
yeah,
to.
you just took 4 lives. It's not like you were defending yourself or anything like that. You broke into a house, and it's. I don't see how he doesn't get the death penalty, or they don't try for the death penalty.
Yeah. So the next I feel like this next on Thursday there's gonna be like another hearing, but it's just gonna be like probably setting the date of the upcoming preliminary hearing, and that's gonna be like something to watch the preliminary hearing because both sides will provide evidence and even possible witnesses. And I think that's when he pleads at that hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta go get some beer, guys. I'll be back in like 30 minutes or so, but you probably should probably be off by then.
Yeah, I need to go. Where's Queen? I'll wait till she gets back. I've been on here a long time. I have to go soon too. Where's Queen? Let's wait till she comes back. I think she was gonna shut it down anyway. Yeah, his name is Judge. Isn't that funny? John C. Judge. So Judge.
Wow.
Feel like what a good job
Judge,
for that guy, right?
Right. He probably like I'm gonna be a judge. His last name's Judge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Judge.
Wonder how that unfolded. Yep.
I don't know.
Oh, I heard the prosecutor decides but consults the families. So they ultimately decide.
Oh.
But I wonder if all four of them want to. Yeah. Yeah, it's still an active crime scene until February 1st. And they like went in there yesterday and they you saw that, right? They took out like mattresses and some other furniture too. Maybe they said that they were going to bring it to like the defense was going to bring it somewhere and like,
analyze it.
Maybe do like a, I don't know.
All right, guys, I appreciate stuff. I got to get off. My niece's birthday's coming.
We do too.
Okay. You guys got to do so. I appreciate y'all hanging out. And yeah, I was gonna say we'll pop back on later. Maybe Jones and will go live or something, and we can all go over there or something later or whatever.
Roger that.
We'll finish the conversation and whatnot. But yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out and thank you for talking about it. And anybody that's got Dylan's back at this point, I appreciate you because I know she does, and it's fucked up what they're doing to her. So
yes, it is.
It really is. Thank you, Queen, and have a great night.
I'll see you later. Bye, guys.
Bye, everybody. Bye.
See you later.